Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta put that soul self on progress on ice for a second because we do actually have another something that just came up, and that would be Tornado Druid Tri-Elemental. Wow, that's like Tornado Druid. Okay, it's fine. We can do it. Because the reason is that the Tornado Druid can now use a specific ring to get all three elemental surfaces at the same time, which used to be a huge problem for Druid, right? Like you weren't able to just do that. Now you can, and that should probably create one of the best one-button playstyles in the game. Yeah, and that's where we're at right now. And we wanted to continue Soul Self-Found, but the problem is I cannot do this specific build in Soul Self-Found. So I gotta do this here in Trait. But no worries, the Soul Self-Found shenanigans will continue, just that we get something bonus to do on the Tivity top. Pretty much. Doom. After video today, I was hoping you're not done with this season. No. I mean, like, sir, like, I am far not done with this season. That was just like a video, as a kind of like update of all the builds we have done. So in case you missed it, we just uploaded our top 5 builds this season so far, which is like a wrap up of all the different things that we have pulled through. And that was just like made to give people like a feeling for all the builds we've done, because not everyone had a chance to watch every single video. So we felt like, hey, why not? By the way, we're still going to use the Remnants of the Past skill, so the Frost Volcano, but we're going to use the Frost and Fire Volcano together, which is actually going to be really funny, I think, and hopefully going to create like an earth-shattering vibe. So the Frost Volcano idea has not lost yet. Did you get the taming moo? We get ourselves the taming, yes. So what is the taming? The taming is the ring that we're talking about. It's actually not too expensive. I mean, I got mine for 3 divines this morning, which is kind of like the amount of divines that you get on a normal campaign run. So I'm quite happy with the outcome on that one. And we're really looking now forward to get to level 42 as quick as possible. So technically you could play whatever you want to level 42. But we will probably do a Plant Druid to 42, as the Plant Druid is like able to use the Kalgurian skill. Because again, we want to use the word skill, as that is super cool. Now we're going to have to focus on spell damage. The words, the Remnants of the Past we can use with level 5. That means we level 5 with tier 5. That means we have to farm it around there. Okay, get ourselves Entangle Duty Dandy Andy. So the full picture here of Entangle Druid happening. 5 dexterity. Sell these bad boys. Get ourselves a Rattling Scepter, because we want to do Rattling Scepter right of the rib. Spell physical damage. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Actually, normal spell damage would probably be better, right? Spell damage, yeah, not spell physical damage. Let's do that one. Oh wait, why sold my Rattling Scepter? So you kind of like want to have this going on right away, because it gives you like the best possible start. I should probably grab myself a good Ragex, but it's fine. Dude's keeping you alive very easy. We're gonna juice this with uniques right now, but we will, you know, spend some of our hard-earned currency.
Thanks for the help.
I used your monk build for leveling. The monk build works really great, even for like other characters to level, as long as you're able to reach the hollow focus node, right? Hollow palm. This hollow palm is like just stupid good. Okay, so we're gonna have double volcano leveling now. It's gonna be good. But no worries, the Soul Self-Found will continue. The problem was with the Soul Self-Found that I did a lot of testing with the Fragments of the Past, and all the testing I did didn't actually work the way I wanted it to work. So it turns out that the way I wanted to play the werewolf does work, but it wasn't making Fragments of the Past as good as I wanted it to be. And that kind of like threw all the Soul Self-Found build that I was trying to do like haywire. So we were kind of like, nah, if that doesn't work, then we gotta go for some other stuff, right? So here we are doing the Tornado first, and then I gotta review what we wanted to do in Solo Self-Found, so we can actually get the Soul Self-Found journey properly cooking. I'm going to use the Taming Ring. Yes, Josh, that's the plan. The very first time I saw the Taming Ring, I was like, hold on. I mean, there's a weaker version of the Taming Ring called the Two-Stone Ring, which only amplifies one elemental surface. Technically, you could use that one as well, because then you'd use the Two-Stone Ring and pretty much use the Two-Stone Ring to get yourself... Come on, save brain. You would use the Two-Stone Ring together with Burning Inscriptions or something like that to at least have one surface guaranteed, and then you could still use the Shocking Ground Boots. So that would be wholly possible to actually get the easy triple surface. But the Two-Stone Ring giving you the triple surface just right away is brain dead. The Taming giving you the triple surface. I know people are using it for Twister, but who cares about Twister, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. One interesting part, though, you could actually use also like the Taming as soon as you have it for a Twister build. So, hey, I mean, if you're not liking the Tornado build, you would have the Taming already and you'd be ready to just twist it up. Okay, absolute madness. Or spell damage. Thank you for your videos. You're awesome. My dude, thank you for your compliment. You're awesome. I switched to Hollow Focus Duality, but I love the Dragon Hybrid video. I love the Dragon Hybrid. Jesus Christ, but too much sentence. You get me there. Jack, how's it going for you? It's always intriguing to see like how many different builds are possible. I was just this morning a lot on YouTube generally, and I just checked like a lot of different builds on the Warbringer, for example. And I saw some Warcry Warbringer like just going around maps, just yell exploding everything. That was also like really funny. Then there was some stuff with what did I otherwise see? I saw some ice shot builds. I saw one using only word skills. The problem was if you only want to use word skills, you need like so many specific items that you can't solo self on that, right? He was using like Voltaic Barrier and Repulsion and all that kind of stuff to make cool things. I like the coolest stuff I've seen was a poison build that is actually using the Repulsion. You remember the Repulsion that you can use, and he was using the Repulsion with the Splinter of Lorata, which infinitely stacks poison, to just infinitely stacks poison while running around on a map. Just running around. That's it. Like literally, he was just walking and everything got poisoned as he was working. You know how stupid that was? That was like beyond cool.
Sorry, please.
Gotta say that had my attention right away.
It's beautiful.
Great, 2 physical damage rings, and you're like, wow, am I a joke to you? Because what are you gonna do with 2 physical damage rings, right? Nothing. Oh, and you build? Yes, I'm sorry that we're like currently jumping a bit between builds left, right, and center here, but it was required for, like, I needed to do this one here.
That's a good one.
Desperately.
Stick to the cairns.
As we did one of these last season, so we did a Tornado Druid last season, and it was like okay, and we said, well, yeah, it's okay, right? It was fine, but the problem is fine is just not what I like to work with. I'd rather like to have something like mass balls. So here we are turning that fine into pretty damn good. There's an exploration and test in the front of Path of Exile. Yeah, but I hate it when a build falls through, right? I love like just making everything work, and it's sad if something just turns out that some of the interactions are just simply not working, because that was the problem. So Fragments of the Past is a cool skill, However, the biggest problem with Fragments of the Past is that just some of the interactions that are supposed to be working don't work. For example, I was trying to use Fragments of the Past, which spews out like this volcano here that we talked about, right? But as an ice volcano. And I was trying to use it with Salvo, for example, so it would get more projectiles. So the basic plan was, hey, if I now use Fragments of the Past and I boost it with Salvo, then it would just shoot out so many projectiles that the volcano just erupts into like 20 projectiles and goes absolutely crazy. Now, sadly, it just doesn't do that. It just doesn't erupt into 20 projectiles and goes absolutely crazy. But it should, like from like what the supports allow, the skill should work that way. Or I was trying to use the Machazo's bounty from the Spirit Walker as well to juice the skill even further. But also didn't work the way I wanted it to work. And that made me like really sad. Because what am I, a joke to you? Sitting here trying to make cool things work, and the game's like, nah. Sorry, bruv. Can't do that. You're like, but why? Bruv. I should be able to do exactly that. There we found the Witch's hut. Now we're gonna like do the volcano to do this one here. So she already gets hit by the volcano as she gets spawned. And then you're gonna charge the volcano up to have her come out of this again. And do it again. So she spawns behind you. And then gets hit by the volcano. Witchy. Okay, I'd like to obviously have something for our Entangle to give it more damage, but at the same time, you want your Volcano to have Virgin, because Virgin is so cool on it. Okay, now we need to find the water. Where is the water? There is no water here. Play D4 and PoE too. I play everything, sir. So I don't only play IRPGs. I also play all the cool single-player games. We're playing, you know, recent strategy games if they're cool shooters. Souls games, like Mortal Shell, for example, being made. No Rest for the Wicked. I'm not beholden to a game type, if that makes sense.
Enough mushrooms to feed an army.
I do them all. Okay, so that's the water. And last time, yeah, the water is down here. Okay. So quick zoom in so far. What level do you get Tornado? You get Tornado at level 41, but you want to wait for 42. Why? The 41 Tornado is good. It's not great, it's not amazing, it's just good. That's it. However, if you wait for 42, then you can use the Taming Ring to instantly give your Tornado 3 elemental surfaces. And that literally quadruples the damage of the Tornado. It doesn't double it, it doesn't, you know, triple it, it quadruples it. Because you're pretty much like, your Tornado does, let's say, 333 damage per rotation in the beginning. And then when you add the elemental stuff, then it's like another 333, another 333, another 333. And suddenly you're sitting there and goes like, Kazumi Bloomy. And then your goal is just to create the biggest tornadoes possible, like the biggest tornadoes possible. That you cover the most of the screen. And you obviously need to add tornado limits. This is also why I'm going to make a Shaman here right now. Because Shaman is able to use the bonded modifiers to just easily get more tornadoes out. So that's like the main reason we're going to go for that. Oh, which reminds me right now, we didn't actually make a loot filter for this build. I'm an idiot. Also reminds me, I need to look for... I need to look for a wand later that actually feeds this. So first, create new filter. Then semi, auto adjust, campaign. We are a druid, but we're playing plants. So we still need talismans. We're going to go for wands. We're going to go for not scepters. We need foci. Then we're going to go armor, ES, armor, energy shield. Yep, that kind of gear. And we're going to do this in the, you know, let's go the cobalt filter. I like the cobalt filter. And that is Tornado Shaman. Save and upload. And then we get ourselves Tornado Shaman. Oh, cool. I can do both at the same time. Dabba dabba do. Please give me a support gem. Artificier's orb. Yeah, why not? Never have enough of those. So now, like in Cobalt, like the items instead of like this green that you're used to from before, just look the like this blue. I generally recommend sticking like with one filter style for this season, because otherwise you're just confusing yourself, right? Because all the filters look so distinctive different in what they highlight, and you're just gonna be like, huh? what is this item? I have never seen it before. Isn't the ring expensive? The taming ring, I get mine for 3 divine. So no, it's not expensive, because let's be fair, 3 divine orbs is not a lot. When you literally get 3 divine orbs by just existing in the game, right? You're just gonna go into the end game. Like you don't even have to get like many lucky finds. You can get a divine orb like with a lucky craft. You can get a divine orb by selling a tier 8 spirit gem. Yeah, you might not know this, but spirit gems are super expensive. So like a tier 8 spirit gem is actually 1 divine orb. You probably have one in your stash right now. Like I wish that wasn't the case, but like I'm not lying to you, okay? I don't have any reason to lie to you. So are we gonna use pounds to pounds around? We're probably gonna use pounds to pounds around, right? Just have like a thingy in my offhand. Give me those nails, Gorbachev.
Didn't expect to find
I'm gonna like do mostly armor energy shield gear, but probably when I get full armor gear, we're gonna equip that. Put the better ones on, kick that out. Ourselves something that can jump a bit harder.
Renly's done a fight. Please.
I'm gonna get like a powerful wand early that we can use. I mean, we're definitely gonna like just keep using our skeletal dudes here, because skeletal dudes are just so useful as a blocker, especially then with the pounds that I said earlier, right? Because if you pounds, the skeletal dudes will multiply your damage up. Like in case you didn't know this actually, because pounds puts on a predator's mark, and that predator's mark has the enemy take more damage the more he's surrounded by enemies, and therefore you pounds. You play Soul Self-Found? No, this is not Soul Self-Found. So we were doing Soul Self-Found yesterday, and we will do a full Soul Self-Found journey, like completely. However, the plan that we had sadly didn't work exactly like I wanted to work. So we got easily to level 41. That was nice. The build is still good. It would have still been a fine build, but it wouldn't have been like living up to my standard of being like truly outrageously OP. So instead of continuing with that build where I'm just like poking along, we're doing a new something that will be outrageously OP. And we can still use the one skill that I like to use. Ergo, we can actually play around with the remnants of the past.
These roads will nae budge for me.
If the
Have you tried the Embers of the Uncrowned demo yet? If so, is it any good? Embers of the Uncrowned. What is the Embers of the Uncrowned? Sir, what is what you have just mentioned? I shall be eternally confused. I have never heard of the Embers of the Uncrowned. MMO roguelike game coming out. No, I have never heard of it. It almost feels like no offense, sir, but it almost feels like that these are like paid bots that go around and mention these names in channels, and and be like, you know, let's just mention random game names to have the name out there. But no, I have never heard of the game before. Right now, I'm not checking anything, so it's not that I'm not interested in stuff. It's just my focus is solely on giving you the best PoE content possible. So I'm not really much splitting my attention currently, because that just leads to, like, you know, suboptimal content in your way. Like you're gonna get worse stuff because I gotta look for more things at the same time. So yeah. So no. Answer is no. No Embers of the Uncrowned. Boys, beat him up. Beat him up, boys. This proves here once again that you do not want to kill elites in the beginning, because killing elites is the biggest waste of time, right? You just rather want to zoom past them, because like normal enemies, they just die instantly, while anything that's like elite can be very sturdy. I mean, even bosses die faster than elites, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Compare that boss to that elite there. Put out his mark on his noggin. Because again, like, he takes more damage for each of my dudes surrounding him. So if I then go for the volcano boob, just volcano boobs him big time. Support jam. I want my entangle to have controlled destruction. Just the biggest damage zooter we can have there. Then we want that ring here. That is absolutely amazing. I mean, just look at this ring, generally speaking. Like an absolute mental masterpiece of super high, crazy damage. And yet, not for this build. Right? It's like, wow, that's an insane ring. I mean, if you get this one for any kind of like melee build, solo self-found, right, you're just gonna be like, holy shit. I just had the easiest Act 1 ever. What are we cooking today? Tornadoes, Dr. Q Soul. And I know you remember that from last season. But this season, tornadoes, instead of being a clunky piece of shit that still works, are an amazing piece of awesomeness that works twice as good.
What's this then? These inscriptions.
Just got to see how we can really boost all the area, that we get like the biggest area possible for these tornadoes. I mean, optimally, we would have them like cover the whole gosh darn screen. I mean, we could use some kind of... I'm not sure if encroaching ground would actually work on tornadoes when you put them down, that they would spread, but there are some things we can do. I could possibly work also with ignite, but I think ignite only works on attacks, not spells. I'll have to see. I just say thanks. I was kind of stuck in period. Nothing really made fun, but I found your Jin build. That's the reason why we make so many builds. It's not because I have problems committing to a build. It's more that I hate just putting out one build that is for one specific playstyle, for one specific group of people, right? Because what's the use of like, here is a melee build, and you're like, but honey, I actually hate melee. And it's like, yeah, you know what? Get fucked. I don't care. I'm going to do everything about this melee build now. So I kind of like to do builds like for every kind of playstyle. So people can just cherry pick what they like from the section of builds that I have to offer. That's just the way how I like to do it. Your Chronomancer is nice. Honestly, I haven't like really gotten warm with Chronomancer yet. I probably have to. I hate Chronomancer for no reason. It's like, I kind of want Chronomancer to be something cool, but it just doesn't seem to be cool. But I guess it's just my perception that's skewing that. I assume Chronomancer is actually pretty damn awesome, and it's just me who's baseless hating the Chronomancer for no reason, right? Pony, why are you doing that? Skill factoration would be great, but we're gonna go with the area of effect because we need to travel to the bonus storm damage as fast as we can. So we're gonna pretty much do Plant Druid until level 42 to then swap like to full Tornado and not care about plants. And the main reason we're doing that is that you can, if you do Plant Druid, can actually really nicely stick to what you've done without having to change many points out. Also, it should boost my Volcano that we're planning to use. Okay, support jam is Entangle. We got Volcano. Volcano also gets Destruction. So then both of my skills are just looking juicy now. Do you plan Spear or Bow build? I don't particularly like the Spear builds that are available to us right now. AKA, we got, what is it? Currently the Twisters. I hate Twisters. They're bullshit. Sorry, not my cup of tea. And all the other Spear skills are meh. So Explosive Spear is amazing, right? But for leveling, it's... I mean, I'm a fan of Explosive Spear leveling, but I understand that not everyone likes it, especially when you can use Twisters. Just give Chronomancer some time. I hate you. Win. Like, seriously. It's like hatred. Because it amused me what you just said. And it shouldn't. I should be better than this. I'm trying to roll out here and these dudes just keep spawning in my face. You know, I'm just like, I'm trying to escape. They're like, you shall not escape. We're gonna spawn right into your noggin. Okay, I can't wait to actually get my remnants from the past because then we're gonna be cooking, chat. Because like, imagine double volcano playstyle for the time being. It's gonna be amazing. We're not gonna go here for the bonus area. It's a waste currently. But we're gonna try to get that stone. Yeah, why not? Didn't like twisters. Well, the problem is, it's like, if it's not twisters, then it's lightning spear, explosive spear with what is called again, the lightning spear, explosive spear together with there's some lightning explosive spear stuff that I don't have the name for with my tongue right now. But yeah, that's kind of like what it then comes down to. Honestly, that's kind of awkward. Actually, out of mana once in a while. Interesting. Leveling a Ritualist Hollow Palm. The extra ring stats have a lot of one. Yeah, I like that. I mean, I have to say, like, I've seen a lot of builds that work with, like, Skull Threshold, and I have to say it looks super intriguing to work around with, right? What is Cull Threshold? Well, Cull Threshold is, like, this level where enemies would die, and you can pretty much have enemies have, like, 100% Cull Threshold, so that even if they're full HP, they're cullable, and then you can use all the skills that have culling on them to just go around and go, like, kabazam, 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 and just nuke everything. It's super funny. That's why I like your content. You keep it fresh and not just grinding one build to 100. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever reach level 100. Like, literally ever. My biggest complaint with level 100 is that it's just, like, exactly the same playstyle, the same gameplay, right? As being level 90. Nothing changes. And there's also no Mayor challenge to go for anymore. So with level 90, you can pretty much take on any Mayor challenge, right? You can do the Arbiter, you can do all the Pinnacle bosses and so on. And on your way to level 100, the only thing that changes is that you're killing the bosses that you're already killing faster. Yeah. That's like, right? So you're killing the dudes that you're killing, but you're killing them faster. Good. So, yeah. Ta-da. So yeah, a Cull Threshold, it was higher to 35%. It used to be 30%, and that 35% allows you now with a lot of items to bump the Cull Threshold up, that you're 100% Cull Threshold, and then you can use abilities like Killing Palm that will just dash you around the screen and actually kill everything that is currently cullable. Which makes this actually like a really fun then skill to use where you're just dashing around and having a good time. You know what? I'm just going to buy a ring with like all the fire resistance in the world, because why not? Level 3 warriors with like minion skills, huh?
Another for my collection. Thank
Get that.
you. Bye.
What have we got? Anything take your fancy?
We got a increase. Look at this. Look at this stuff. What is this, chat? I mean, I'm currently running around with the minions because they're nice, but just out of interest, like if I put that one on, like what are we going with? Like we're pretty much doubling our damage and everything. Should we just run around this for a second, because it's like extra fire damage, extra lightning damage, extra cold damage, increased cast speed, increased mana regeneration, and you're like, okay, like we can use it. We can see if this is actually working or not. Yeah, sure, it's fine, It may be. Let's keep these other two here with us and just roll out Autobots, I guess.
What would you like? A fine choice. Go well.
The plants slumming the ground activate your volcano. You mean the normal entangle? No, the normal entangle does not activate the volcano. I'm not sure if the threshing vines actually do. Dude, that one is preferably illegal, right? How do you finish the campaign and level up so quickly? I know what I'm doing. So it's like not much time wasted on things that you don't need to waste time on. It's mostly just going very efficient through areas. Also like making the characters as fast as possible and not wasting time making decisions, right? I don't waste my time making decisions. I just decide, right? So for example, when I put passive points in, it's like pop that thing open, just put the passive point in. That's mostly to do with like you have done this multiple times already. So you're getting like knowledgeable out where to put what in. But yeah, that's a lot to do with like the faster doing of things, because like you would be surprised how much time you're spending like thinking about stuff. So just less thinking, more playing, right? Sounds stupid, but it's really that simple. Like when you like really brain dead follow a build guide, right? Just not a single ounce of thinking, please. Just try to brain dead follow a build guide, and then you're actually gonna be zooming like so fast through campaign. It's crazy. And once you get that down yourself with your own knowledge, instead of like having to look up things, right? You just use your brain. Then it goes like even faster. But also, I've played the campaign now like over 40 times probably, and I just do things, you know. It's really the best way to say I just do things. Okay, let's see how much damage we now do different. I mean, we get double the DPS on all of our skills, so realistically, we should do more damage, right? One, two, three, four. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. What the hell? Okay, that random stuff we just found is like, that's not even fine anymore. I mean, usually I like to have my skeletal dudes with me because they like just make it a bit more convenient to play, right? But dude, if you're getting like this level of kabloomy with your I mean, let's be fair, that staff here is just stupid. Like wait like see, and this is why I love playing the campaign. I have done now 5 builds already, right? And yesterday, for example, I didn't get a single good weapon. It was pain. It was so annoying. And now we're playing, we get this weapon, and everything is different again, right? Everything goes from, wow, this was a slog yesterday, to, oh my shitting hell, what just happened?
What is this? Graves!
Contagion and Tangle Essence Drain can help you really quickly. Yeah, but you don't really need Contagion and Essence Drain. I mean, you can if you want to play Contagion to speed things up a little bit. But I personally, like, I don't need Contagion. It just adds another button to press, right? You get quickly through the entangle. The advantage of Contagion is that you can be a bit more agile, because you're gonna like throw down your entangles, right? Then you're gonna put Contagion, and then you're already moving to the next mob pack, right? Dude. Illegal, illegal, illegal. Is this hardcore soul self-out? No, but if I was playing a build in hardcore, it could have been easily this build here. But no, we don't do hardcore soul self-out here. It's just not my cup of tea. Another tier 3 skill gem. That'd be my volcano. Now we should teleport back to revive the hooded one. We're probably just going to ignore this.
Hunting grounds.
Let's be careful shape-shifting, lest I take an arrow to the arse.
Mercenary, no, this is a druid, a shaman, a tornado shaman. So we're doing tornadoes, in case you missed it. Because there's a ring, it's called the Taming, and the Taming allows you to imbue a wind skill, tornado is a wind skill, with all 3 elemental surfaces at the same time. And just to give you a reference of picture what we used to do. So in order to get your tornadoes elemental imbued, we had to play skill number 1. Skill number 1 was called Burning Inscriptions. Putting a rune on the ground, it creates fire. So before we fought a single opponent, always Burning Inscriptions. Then we had to wear boots called Wake of Destruction to give us only 10% movement speed and to leave Shock Drought behind. after using Wake of Destruction and Burning Inscriptions, you still needed to somehow create a frozen ground, chill ground. So we had to, I don't even know what we did for, oh yeah, we had to use a companion that was running around with the Trail of Frost attached to it, right? So those were 3 things we were required to do that we're even able to basically play Tornado. And now you just have to use 1 single ring, and Tornado is Tri-Elemental Imbued. So now let's think about what that does for the overall build, the overall building of the build, and the overall quality of life that the build has to offer, right? Instead of having to use Tri-Elemental skills to basically just exist. I guess you can understand why this is so much more interesting now to play, and potentially absolutely lethal. Because you can put down a super ultra high damaging area skill with 1 button, and you don't need to do anything for it, but exist. Right? You could do a hardcore soul cell phone challenge to see if you have the balls. That has less to do with balls and more to do with it would absolutely be boring. Because how would I do a hardcore soul cell phone channel? Just to give you a picture, like, right? I would just play slower. Right? I would do exactly what I'm doing here right now, but instead of sprinting, I would just walk. I would literally unbind my sprint button. Because the only way how I die in 9 out of 10 cases is because I've been sprinting. I don't, like, you know, we don't die to other reasons. So I would unbind my sprint button and then just slog through every piece of content. Right? See, like that was against sprint. So yeah, there's a reason I don't play hardcore, because I just can't care enough. If that makes sense. Soul Self-Found, beautiful in itself, right? I love solo Self-Found. I love my Soul Self-Found challenge. But the hardcore just doesn't make it more interesting. The hardcore just makes it less interesting, personally, to me. Not sure how you feel about that, right? But in my case, it is just cheapening the game experience instead of enhancing the game experience.
If you take a look, I'll find some use for that.
Okay, we're gonna keep that beautiful piece of Oonga Boonga equipment, because that might just be borderline illegal what we get going on there.
Stick to the cairns.
This. So
I don't think we can actually find like a better, like, raid that it's gonna be impossible to find a better one. Maximum mana. Increased rarity of items found. Yay. I mean, I'm gonna have to keep this ring here just for the sake if I want to do a juice character at some point. I'm currently thinking of dropping the totems and leveling with that. I only can use the tuning fork in the Druid endgame. I heard like about the tuning fork and a lot of stat stacking going on. Now, I haven't really looked into what the tuning fork does. I know you just need 10,000 mana to use the tuning fork, right? But does it give you like more damage if you have more mana, or what exactly does the tuning fork do?
What could have done this?
You have a point? Beshka, it's not, I'm not baseless hating hardcore for being hardcore, right? Everyone is allowed to enjoy what they enjoy. It's just simply for me, it doesn't add any thrill, right? If I want thrill, I'll just try to prank my wife or something, right?
This is no omen of the Morrigan.
And then she'll beat me up, but I'll enjoy it, right? So that's different. That's a dual thrill. But I'm not looking for that in a game, correct?
What do you think you're going? The screams that split the sky.
What happened to the Merc build you were playing yesterday? So the answer is simple. The remnants of the past were not doing what they... Fragments of the past, sorry, not remnants. Were not doing what they are supposed to do. So they were working a bit weirdly. And I have to say, I want to still do Fragments of the Past, but not with the combination of the Wolf. Because yes, the Wolf was working, but it was not working as good as it should. So I'd rather have to find a different idea, like what other class could I use to make the Fragments go crazy? And for that, I need to do a bit more testing, because the Fragments themselves don't work with everything they should work with. So they literally just just don't actually work like they should, which is stupid, kind of. Because why don't you just work as you should? Like, what the fuck is your problem? Like, seriously. Can't be that hard. You need 10k to finish the quest. Then the fork has 5 rune sockets with 200% increased socket effect. Holy. So you're saying if you can put 5 rune sockets into your wand and then you put like the rune in that gives you +1 spell skill, then it would be like 200% improved. And if you put in like the skill that gives you like more damage to your companions, then that would also give you more damage with your, and so on, right? I assume. I wonder if we want to put something in the frost bomb. I mean, we could put, I could keep the support gem right now for my thunderstorm. You can also socket runes. Oh, you can also socket runes. So, yeah, I see. So, like, there's probably a lot of possibilities with that rune fork. I mean, it's funny that you have to have 10,000 mana to actually get the item. So, I think that's actually a really cool thing. So, it requires you to already invest to actually go to that point. But I think that's just cool that we have these kind of items. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's something fun about using Volcano. Okay, we're gonna do something different here because usually I go with like the spirit skills. Like sometimes I choose to go with more skeletal warriors, right? But I think we could just go for Arctic armor this time. What do you think, Chad? To just get like a bit more survivability out of this. I mean, you could probably, yeah, probably Arctic armor. It's reasonable. Dude, this stuff is just, this stuff is just not okay. I'm just really happy we found this. It just makes everything so much more fun. I mean, even if I just tap like here the volcano instead of like actually casting it, right? Yeah, I'm just literally just tap it once. It just already like an absolute menace. So you need 6 in mana. Okay, getting 10k mana sounds like a nightmare. There are probably ways to easily get that, sir. I mean, you can obviously just take every single node in your thingy, and there's also like more mana in your passive tree, and you can turn energy shield to mana if I'm not mistaken, right? So you have up here, you have this node that converts of maximum energy shield to maximum mana. Boom. So you just have to stack energy shield and then convert that to mana. So it's actually not as complicated as you think, right? There are ways to pretty much, it's not cheesing the system because it's like the way how it's intended to be done. But like literally, you know, you just have to know what you do to then do what you do. I defeated Arbiter Ash today using Green Pillars. Sir, I'm very proud of you. It's amazing. The funny part is, I don't know if you've seen the statistics, chat. So there are more deaths to Arbiter of Ash than to Arbiter of Divinity. And that should just tell you how magnitudes of stupid Arbiter of Divinity or Arbiter of Ash is actually. Because Arbiter of Divinity is fine, right? The way how he does things. But Arbiter of Ash is like a level of stupid sometimes. Okay, we get a lot of bonus spell damage. Yeah, the damage is a little overkill because Arbiter of Ash, he has some skills where you're like, what the fuck, right? If you, for example, don't blast him in phase 1, that he then goes like for the one-hit kill combo shenanigans, and then he goes for the other one-hit kill combo shenanigans, and then you're actually fighting against the Arbiter of Divinity, and yes, sure, the Arbiter of Divinity does have some stuff too that he does, but in no means level 2 melee skills, totally useless. Increased rarity, though, and cast speed. In no means as stupid as what the Arbiter of Ash does, right? Sure, he also has, like, one-hit kill going on, but not as many as. I mean, with the Arbiter of Ash, you just have to, like, stand for 1 millisecond in the wrong spot, and suddenly you're dead. Right? He goes for his beam staff forward, you're dead. He drops a firebomb, you're dead. He drops another firebomb, you're also dead. Right? Like... you get him in phase 2, he jumps on your head, you're dead. It's just funny to see the statistics. But realistically also, we only have 1 million Arbiter of Divinity kills. Now 1 million does sound like a lot, but if we consider that the player numbers bumped up to 300 or 400,000, right? And this is not all the same players. So Like, there have been probably more than 1 million players playing different million kind of players playing, right? And yet we still only have like 1 million kills. Shows just still how many people are actually never getting to that point. Which is intriguing to me. And I wonder what the reason is. Like, what's keeping people from like advancing further, right? Yeah, I'm a demon. Okay, chat. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put a frost bomb below him. Then we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4 charge, and then he just gets instantly hit by it. And then I'm not going to hit by that. Then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom! Again. Put the frost bomb down. 1, 2, 3, 4, and good night. Absolute beautiful destruction. Let's be real about that. Okay, what do we do here? So, do we want to go for the Arctic Armor just to make ourselves safer? I mean, not really hard. We could also go for Mana Renmans just to be like, hey, if I'm already killing enemies, so why wouldn't we do Mana Renmans, right? YOLO. Because obviously Raging Spirits would only work if I do my Fire spell. But how many Raging Spirits do really come out? So one spell cast should only give me 1 Raging Spirit, correct? Fire area spelled summon a Raging Spirit per meters of radius. I mean, technically I could have a lot of Raging Spirits out with the Volcano, right? You just place 4 volcanoes. No, it's 1 volcano that gets overridden by the other volcano gets overridden by the other volcano. Actually, I could have some fun with Raging Spirits. I mean, they're not going to do much damage, but I kind of want to see like how that feels when you actually use them. It's intriguing. Usually we wouldn't go for them, but yeah, let's give it a try. I like the idea of that.
So the
Volcano Stormweaver. I am the Moo. Thank you for bringing up the Stormweaver, because the Stormweaver is a potential plan for using more of the Renmans. The problem with Stormweaver is that you would start up here in the board, and the Fragments of the Past is a attack scale. So you would play a Stormweaver, but you don't have any access to attacks up here right now because this is all spell. I mean, sure, this is elemental damage, which would work for Fragments of the Past, but it's mostly scaling with your attack damage. So you would have to like kind of work from there, like with only having spell access, and then just instantly pivot to somewhere where you have access to non-spelly thingies, right? So that could become like a bit of a problem. Level 12 minion skills, just like that. Low level amulet. Sure, why would I not get a low level amulet that has level 12 minion skills, chat? Because realistically, why the fuck not? I need a better pair of gloves that's just literally not my pair of gloves, right? I mean, right now I just need some that actually have rarity on them. That's the only thing I'm looking for. Obviously boots for movement speed, right? But if you get something that has rarity on it, congratulations, that's amazing. I don't think I profit in any way from looking for like a new one, because that's spell damage and chaos belt, so that's useless, right? Unless I get like something extraordinary, like not even going to replace my beauty here. Back to the Ogum village. I'm dreaming of a tornado build since 01. Hey, tornado hasn't existed in 01, sir. Fight me. 04 was the first time we had druid, right? No, but we did a tornado build last season, which was good, but this one is going to be even better, so get ready. Okay, next region, we have to farm Fragments of the Past, chat. And I think I can force farm it, but I'll have to test my theory. Just if it like works the way how I want it to. Because if my theory works, I'm going to be very happy. Okay, I'm blind. Should be right here. I don't think it's lower. I think it's right here. Yeah, it is. Oh, it's in Puri 1. Well, I didn't know, Devolo. My Puri 1 knowledge is like this big. Right? Well, my Puri 2 knowledge is like this big. I like this. Hold a random fish. Damage is just nice. See, like, this is why I don't use Contagious Essence Drain, because I like to die like this. No. It's just way more fun to actually use the Volcano. It's such a cool skill that I'm just sad you can't spam. Right? It would be so cool if you could actually run around, spam Volcanoes. Right? Imagine, like, you go over a map and then you spam Volcanoes and they get, like, well, what would you give them? You would give them, like, chain, fork, those kind of things that they actually chain off terrain, that they fork when they bump. And then they would just, like, jump over a whole map and just do, like, whatever it is they do. And he's dead. What do you think about Pox Witch Hunter Mercenary Permafrost build Knight? We might try one out in Soul Self-Found. I like what Pox did there. It's amazing. It looks super fun. Not entirely sure how, like, solo Self-Found viable it is, because it might require, like, I know I think he played in Soul Self-Found, but it might just feel better in trade in general. But I have seen it. It's cool. Very well done. Amazing build. Definitely something to play around with. I mean, I generally love Mercenary, right? We just recently did one. I wouldn't do it, though, on a Witch Hunter, because I personally don't like the Witch Hunter. I would do it on a Tactician. Why? Because Tactician has this cool spirit thingy. What is the cool spirit thingy that Tactician has? Tactician has 50% spirit reservation efficiency, which is plain amazing. The problem about so what we're talking about, guys, we're talking about a Merc that's using Permafrost bolts with Ricochet. So you would pretty much Permafrost shoot, pierce enemies. Your Permafrost bolts would then ricochet off terrain, as slam back into them and do a lot of damage. Super funny. The problem is you're pretty much forced to play maps that have, like, corridors. So you're not going to go actually into open maps, because open maps will be terrible. And you're kind of, like, forced to play, like, the more corridor style maps, which is technically not a problem, but it's just something to keep in mind, that you couldn't just do what you want to do, right? Okay, in this part of the area now, there must be a Renmond, a Kalguran Renmond, that potentially has... Let's see. Now, if this one doesn't have the Fragments of the Past, we have to restart the area, okay? So this is how we're going to be fishing now, or trying to fish at least. So we have this one, and it has Fragments of the Past. Super lucky now. We could also go for, like, Detonate Living, Detonate Dead, that kind of stuff, but we want to do Fragments of the Past because that's double Volcano playstyle. I'm going to zoom further. No, I'm not going to die to your stupid lightning. I've died too many times to this, like, stupid thingy there. Just spawning and instantly giving you, like, a lightning beam to the throat. And you just keel over, especially because you stood here in the middle. Now I'm better than all of you. So now we got Fragments. Let's go. That's going to be super fun. I can't use Ice Wall or something. No, that would be terrible. Because you would add something more to the build just for the sake of not being able to use your skill in, like, 2 open areas. I mean, it wouldn't be impossible to use it in open areas. Keep that in mind. It's just that it's highly less efficient in open areas. Okay. But generally speaking, it still works. You just have less thingies to ricochet off, so you're just doing less damage. Rome Styles, thank you for the 70, no, not 72 in a row, but 100 months in total. Rome Styles, how you doing? Partner, welcome back. I hope the family's all right. Life's good. We appreciate your ongoing support. This 100 months is like 2 or 3 years, right? Essentially. I'm not good at this moth thingy. Okay, we're now level 14, which means that we can add the Fragments of the Past bonus. But now we just need a little bit more ward, and then we pretty much have 2 volcanoes we can unleash. That's going to be super fun. Okay, we didn't actually see, like, how well our Raging Spirits were working now. So do Raging Spirits even work on the volcano? So I do Raging Spirits, I get 2 Raging Spirits from 1 volcano cast, okay? But that's it. So Raging Spirits are terrible. Even if I charge this up, we're still getting just 2 Raging Spirits, because you can't just get more from 1 cast. So the Raging Spirits were already a failure. let's then say Arctic Armor to just have like a bit more defense. How are you? I am very good. If you buy cosmetics in this game, can you use it for the next character next season? Yeah, but you can only use one cosmetic on one character at the very moment. So the thing is, if I now equip this character here with a cosmetic, right, the Exile staff, and if I give him the Witch Hunter's gown, right, then only he is going to wear this right now. While you see, it says in use if it's like on a different character. So you just gotta keep that in mind when you use your skins. Like you get these skins like for one character. You don't get these skins for multiple characters, and then you just have to deal with that just only being available for that one. Okay. We got Thunderstorms. Thunderstorm is going to get Cursing Current still, right? And Thunderstorm is going to get. I mean, Shock felt bad. I don't want to use. I mean, technically, you could put Nervate on, which would actually kind of be funny. I wanted to use Fragments of the Past, right? What can Fragments of the Past get? They could get Overabundance, but I don't want to do that. Actually, Cold Attunement is damage is extra cold damage. No, Ice Bite. Can be actually funny if you put this one down. So we now need to get a new chest piece.
If you find anything, take your fun.
You know, notched up to 5. We're gonna get our chest piece. We're gonna get our pair of gloves that has magic find, rarity of items found. Thank you very much.
Go well.
Then we're gonna get ward
Not bad if you
and ward and ward, so I can use like my goddamn skill here. Hello, ladies. Give me that back. So now we have 2 beautiful ward skills going on. Let's see. Frost Volcano and Ice. Yeah, so you can do this one now, and you can do this one now. So I can just unleash 2 volcanoes, and they're like amazing together. Especially the Fragments of the Past here, because they're nasty damage-wise. Problem is like the cast time right now, because like this one does actually take a long time to get cast. And most of the things anyways die here to my entangled, so I don't really need the volcanoes. They're just for something more sturdy like bosses. But it pretty much just gives me free boss DPS. I'm just not sure what I want to add to the Fragments of the Past. I think I could do Concentrated Area probably to just reduce the area and just have, but I'm not sure if you do Concentrated Area, if this is actually like to the detriment of the ice explosions, because you're going to do this, right? And then you get the out, but see, like they're still out, but then they're like exploding in a smaller area, because the problem is you're actually not having them, like if you do a bigger area, then they still same range, but they actually like hit more. So instead of doing Concentrated Area, you should probably do Magnified Area to have the Fragments of the Past like overlap better and just do more damage to something, right? If you think about it for a second. Does that one interact with slams? No, only the normal volcano interacts with slams. The other one can also not get
First one.
the one cannot get channeled. So I can channel, like I can do this there, then I can channel this one, right? Boom, unleash the Fragments of the Past as well, then entangle. Look at the boss damage now. The best part up, I can only have one of these volcanoes, but he's up for 8 seconds. So this Fragments of the Past here, it just goes for 8 seconds, right? And it just adds so much damage to it. Have you already moved on from the Merc build? The Merc build wasn't working as intended. Fragments of the Past, so we're using fragments here too, was not doing the things with the cross slash it should do, and it was often ratcheting the things that he should explode in the middle off screen. It's a bit weird. So you were putting this one down, right? And these ice balls were supposedly being able to get exploded by the cross slash, which they do. But often this cross slash would just whisk them away from the opponent, like bringing actually more distance between the opponent and the possible explosion of that. And that felt kind of weird, right? So it wasn't doing as good as it should do, and therefore we're going to have to do a different build with Fragments of the Past. AKA still use fragments, but use them on something else. I mean, right now we're going to use them for leveling, which is already great in itself. So I can use my fragments regardless, right? Pony's happy.
Could be worse.
You just have to use them on a different build. So Wolf died. Well, I still want to do a Wolf build, but not that Wolf build, right? I mean, the fragments are a great thing that you can actually add to every single build as bonus DPS. But if your build has a free... Ooh, Chaos Orb. That is like, how many Exalted right now? 12 Exalted? Just like that? In Act 1? And you know why we did find this, chat? Bonus magic find. We would have never gotten a Chaos Orb there if we didn't have any kind of bonus magic find, right? We don't have much, but we have some. Intelligence. So we're almost there. It's nice. Yeah, I'm a sucker for this skill, so I definitely want to use it more. But I pretty much have to sit down with an endgame character that I have currently, give him fragments, and do an in-depth testing to see how much I can scale the damage. Play a bit around with my boards, like see really which supports actually work in it, especially short fuse and that kind of stuff. And then we can probably come to a conclusion what to actually do with these volcanoes, right? As someone mentioned before, Stormweaver gets you +1 limit to... What was it exactly saying? +1 limit to storm skills? Or what does Stormweaver say? Because I'm not sure if the Stormweaver actually influences here. PoE2, DB, Ascendancies. Let's spin it. Stormweaver. If it actually gives a limit to that volcano. Because it says here... +2 limit for elemental skills. Is it +2? Fragments of the Past is a cold skill. Does cold instantly count as an elemental? It says elemental skills, right? It doesn't say spells. So technically, the Fragments of the Past should get 2 more. Yeah. Intriguing. Stormweaver does not increase tornado count. Oh, but why? Oh, because it's wind. Wind is not an element, sir. Ha! You fool! You thought wind was an element. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I'm sorry, but like, what did you think? Willkommen zurück. You thought like, yeah, you thought wrong. I mean, why would wind be an element? That's ridiculous that you would even think that, right? Okay, is this like the easiest Count Junior damage we've ever dealt, ladies and gentlemen? And this is not even fully juiced, right? This is just like the basic damage right now. So we haven't even gotten the volcano like fully zooted up and that kind of stuff. We can do like a little bit more. Should we put a support like on something? So Fragments of the Past had like Magnified, Ice Bite, Thunderstorm currently has Cursing Current. But there's not really much we can do here more. I mean, I want Living Lightning on it, but we don't have it right now. Raging Spirits are useless. That's confirmed. Pounds, Frostbomb, and Tangle Volcano. Now we're happy, okay? Let's not waste more support gems. Okay, count. Count. Ow. Swing. We're gonna put this down. We're gonna put that down. We're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, and then put that one down as well. Oh, come on. Oof. Yeah, another one. Look at that. Look at this, chat. Half HP down. Just so simple. I mean, Plant Druid already very strong, but like leveling even better, huh? Remnant of the Past might develop into the perfect level skill, just like... Oh, Jesus Christ, we almost died there. Might develop into the perfect level skill, just like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's it. What's your opinion about Crimson Desert? Hasn't changed. Crimson Desert still absolute S tier. You're German? Yes, sir. Crimson Desert is a fantastic game. If I could delete my memory and play the game from the beginning again.
Consumed my being.
Hop off, son.
Oriana used it against me. Where has she taken the beast?
Look, he just got beaten by the smoking guy in the Autumn Night armor. Okay, I almost made a mistake, chat. I almost forgot to do the planner. Oh, my lord.
Yes.
Thank you for reminding me. Whoever said that in chat. No one did. No one did.
But first,
Yeah, it's your fault if we missed that. Okay, we got... what was the character called? Poison Grenadier... Fear Finder, Spell Totem... Tornado Druid. And we're gonna call it...
let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
It's the Tri-Elemental Tornado Druid. We imported it. Act 1 import is in. We're at the planner FY. Thank you, sir. That's like the moderators.
Count till next.
You
Promote the man.
sir, for enacting my thank you.
How can I help? Anything.
Fellow German, hope the weather's better. I mean, today the weather is supposedly bad. And then the weather is allegedly ratcheting up a few notches, right? I mean, we're looking at like killer weather coming our way here in Germany. Today is my plan to build up the pool. Because we are gonna have like 30 plus, 30 plus, 30 plus, 30 plus. So this was now like 1 hour, Chad. 1 hour for this. I think if I didn't talk to you and was just playing, I could have done it in like 40 minutes and less probably. Especially with this stuff.
Each grain of sand here has a...
Oh, I just closed the game. Green. Brilliant move, Pony. John Doe, no, this is the Tornado Druid we did last season. Just better. We're going to have Reynold be... Oh, wait. The cast speed wouldn't do anything, right? It's an attack. Yeah. Me wonders, chat, if I want more damage out of the volcano, I should use it with... Wait. Should I use it with my weapon set too? Because so the ice fragments are turning physical damage to cold damage, okay? So if I now have an offhand that has a lot of physical damage, then I should be doing more damage. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or does the volcano also gain the damage extra lightning and damage extra fire damage? Because it doesn't count as a spell, right? It's AoE projectiles and attack. It's cold. So... shouldn't actually get boosted. So that's no strain. What for? That's no strain at this point is completely unnecessary. I mean, did you not just see what we did to Count Junor, my friend? Or we're the double volcano slammer. He doesn't like two volcanoes. Look how much beautiful damage the volcano is doing. And with this stuff, currently I can just tap the volcano and just kill things, right? Don't even have to like do anything more. Just tap and I win. And the same goes here for this one because that one is actually doing insane amounts of damage. And freezes. So we need pretty much a high physical damage. Well, you know what? But it doesn't have to be... It doesn't have to be a talisman. You know what the interesting part is? So since it's an attack, right? It just has to be the highest possible physical damage thing I can find. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I should be able to use a two-handed mace. Surely. To just have my remnants of the past just go boom. Right? Correct me if I'm completely off the track here. But that should be on the menu. Yeah, mace, right? We can use a two-handed mace. Oh. Well, let's investigate that, shouldn't we? The funny part is, why did I choose to go for this together with Storm, the remnants? Because the idea is that you have like all this bonus, like you have bonus physical damage here, for example, and that would empower the volcano, and it would also empower the plants. So both things getting stronger. A melting boss is solo self-on with Jhin. Jhin is one of the most solo self-on friendly builds, because even if you don't have anything, it's already powerful. And if you then have something, it's even more powerful. Oh. Sir, I'm trying to put my things on top of you. Could you please stop roaming around? You know, we're trying to just quickly have you being choked here to death by everything. I mean, what does have the highest physical damage, like here at this level? Chan. Highest physical damage that we can have. Two-handed maces. But they're also the slowest, so I guess as a compromise, it would probably be better to have
Who goes? You may try. No need to rush.
something in the middle.
As you wish.
I mean, see, like, this is 48. This is 74 bonus damage. So let's see what do we have here. This is 28. I mean, it says this counts attack damage, right? But it's physical to cold, so it shouldn't matter, like, what we go for, as long as it just does a lot. So I could put this now in my offense. See, we're doing 47, but put this. See, that's 60, as I said. Yeah. Okay, that's beautiful, because it's like 60 doesn't sound like a lot, right? But it's 60 per blip that explodes. So it goes like doot 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 doot, right? And that's where it gets crazy.
Stay inside.
Tier 2 would be Living Lightning for my Thunderstorm. Thank you very much. Sound is muted? Which, the in-game sound? No, the in-game sound is absolutely there. I might have to make it a bit louder. I mean, is the in-game sound loud enough, chat? Do you want it a bit louder? Tell me, I can make it a bit louder. How do you get power endurance charges as early as level 25 for the spell totem? You don't, sir. You missed that in the first 60 seconds of the video. It says no more charges needed. So now that we summon the totem, let's see. See, now the volcano's summon time is like now even longer, but look at the damage. It's just crazy. Okay, please let me zoom past you guys. I don't want to deal with you. Oh, did we not actually need accelerated growth? I forget about that. Apparently want to like do this and that, right? Pop the volcano, pop goes the weasel. Like how the both volcanoes are just eating up everything. The best part is the volcano doesn't cost me anything, right? So I have to decide if we want to go for a different spirit gem. Because right now we're going for Raging Spirits, but Raging Spirits were a fail. So any other suggestions? None of them, like, I mean, we could go for Herald of Ash and just do Overkill Ignite, but that seems stupid. I was thinking about Arctic Armor. Grim Feast is also dumb. Revenous Storm is dumb, but it would at least do some damage, I guess. I mean, but still. None is like, there's not a single one where you're like, yeah, I think I want that. Like, yeah, I'd rather run around with 30 less spirit. very much. So like for this, for example, like having the Arctic armor just at least freezes enemies. So you're safe-ish. Oh, this reminds me. Oh, let's test something. I need you to freeze something so I can see. Please freeze something for me. Because I put Ice Bite on the skill, but I don't think I'm actually freezing people right now with the skill. Arctic Armor just seems like the most reasonable one to play. For people that struggle, because like realistically, if you go for armor, right, you have 40% armor and you're just gonna be tanky as hell. Nothing can really stop you. By the way, also the trick with Druid in general, just go for armor. Why would you go for any other defense? If you throw ice bombs and entangle, do you get ice vines? No. Your vines are not influenced by ground effects. Second best put 3 done. That's amazing, sir. Congratulations. I mean, they definitely made second best part 3 a bit easier by giving us a level 60 token. Because a level 60 token is like really just such a low level for that area. Because mostly when you're doing it, it's like 70. Okay, we need the next level up so I get the bonus damage on my storm skills and my plant skills. Because right now we don't have this node yet. For the bonus DPS. Okay, partially can just put down the storm, by the way, right? It's enough to kill things. Oh, still gem level 5. I don't need these, but I'll still take them. Thunderstorm yet? I don't use it much because mostly enemies just die to your planties anyways, right? Hard to beat Herald of Ash, to be honest. Yeah, Herald of Ash is just great, but the problem is, does Herald of Ash even, well, active enemies use sufficiently overkill? Does it actually work off plants as well? I've never used Herald of Ash with plants before, but does it work? So if I now put in a volcano and then kill something, enemies don't explode, right? So I've never like gone for Herald of Ash here in this case. Can you please just let me through? Thank you. Blocking my way out. I mean, Herald of Ash should work on this one here. So when you're, yeah, here on, actually it does work on the fragments. That's crazy. Because it's an attack. Again, this volcano here is attacks. That's an interesting thought for the volcano in the end game, John. So you could do a frost volcano that does fire explosions, which also means that we could use Trinity. Huh. That makes it double intriguing. As an area clear. See, like, these are the things that you need to figure out. I mean, technically, we could also turn all our cold damage into electricity damage and then use the Herald of Thunder. But if it's like for mapping later, if you're then using this one here together with Herald of Ash, useful knowledge. I mean, does that make like Herald of Ice, the Arctic Armor, a less good choice? No, I think Arctic Armor is probably still the better choice. Okay, now we got the 50% more damage, ladies and gentlemen. For storm skills. We're just gonna kill everything instantly now. And that damage boost is just the nastiest one. Trinity is 100 spirit. No, you can have an amulet with Trinity on it, but I didn't mean Trinity. Like, yeah, Trinity. Exactly. There's an amulet that has Trinity on it that you can use. Expensive, but possible. Down a Prison volcano. Could you please come back here where like all the action is happening? I should get frozen. Now we get ice line. The only thing I forget like to apply is the, what is it called again? The thunderstorm occasionally. Probably should put prolonged duration on it to make my own life easier. Uncut skill gem level 6. Soldier great helm. That's for entangle duty. That's for frost bomb that we're still using. I'm loving your gym build and literally kill boss in less than a second, as you should. Does Entangle Contagion work on this char? Yes, Entangle Contagion absolutely works on this char. If you want to do Entangle Contagion, pop off, sir. I just personally don't want it to do Entangle Contagion.
A deal is made.
Okay. Oh, that's not rarity. Also, I'm a simple man. If it doesn't have rarity, we don't want it. We're just going to do a rarity find char here right now. Just go through. Okay, bonky sticks. Can we wait? Could we probably upgrade the bonky stick, right?
This
Let's get ourselves our ascension very fast, ladies and gentlemen. Are you still 7 on this run? No. Does Entangle plus Repulsion work? So if you boost a lot of physical damage, Rakinishu, and then use Repulsion, yes, you can actually boost Repulsion's damage. The thing is that the damage of Repulsion is not bound to your weapon damage. So no matter how much damage your weapon does, it doesn't care. Repulsion has its own internal damage counter. Okay. Just as an FY. We should use the storm more often. You know, I'm not giving the storm the credit it deserves damage wise. Like you can literally like off screen farm with it. And I enjoy my volcanoes, don't get me wrong, but you can't really like, you should probably not use the volcanoes for area traversal, as we're gonna just use the storm. What skill gems are you using right now, Kia? We're using Entangle from the Druid together with Volcano from the Druid, Lightning Storm from the Druid, and the Thunderstorm. We can't use Pounds right now anymore, which is actually interesting. Then we got a new Kilgurin skill that is like an all character skill, and it puts down like a Frost Volcano, kind of cool. And then we just spam our Entangle to do obnoxious amounts of damage. One, two, three, four. Look what kind of elemental shenanigans we can unleash on the opponent. The only problem being that our opponent just doesn't want to stay in one place. Right? We literally have a build that is an absolute calamity class unleash, but our opponent doesn't like to stay in one area. So all our cool area thingies are supposed to take her down. They refuse to be cool area thingies because mommy likes to wander. Could you please walk over here, Babala? Like seriously, please walk over here. Oh, the worst character for what we're doing here. Like if you compare this to the first Ascension boss, who's pretty much a stationary blob of of fire that you're just going to overwhelm, right? Like once she's actually standing still, it's instant death. One of the worst bosses in campaign. Bubble Eye's just terrible compared to everything else at this point, right? Because all the other bosses are kind of like standing there and taking your beating, while Bubble Eye's like and behind you, and bombs here, and gas explosions there, and you're just like, okay, like, well, what's happening? I just fought Count Geonor, who is just more or less sitting like still in the middle of the arena, more or less. Wait, hold on a second. This is probably where we have to go over here. Viper's tough. I mean, Viper's tough until you just notice that she's a stat check. I mean, Viper is just nothing but like just checking if your build is good at that point. Right? If you have a good weapon, if you have good damage, she'll just fall instantly. Oh, well, instantly, but no. She's meant to be like gauging if you build something competent. And if you didn't, you're gonna get your ass beaten. Kind of like the same as Jaman-Ra, right? You arrive at Jaman-Ra, you didn't take care that you actually have a good weapon. You didn't take care that you have like any kind of good armor there. You maybe completely ignored, I don't know what, some kind of recies. Didn't go to the vendors enough, and suddenly Jaman-Ra is just going to beat you and beat you and beat you and beat you, as he should. I mean, if you compare, for example, the Viper to Doriani, even if you go to Doriani with rather shitty stuff, you're kind of going to be able to get rid of him. I mean, sure, if your build completely sucks, good riddance, nerd. But, right, your build is not going to completely suck. Okay, optimally, I would want to have these points that we just went below to actually come from the top, so we have, like, an easier passing. However, we don't have that right now, so we'll have to go, like, through the middle here for the damage on our plant skills. Now, Dory's a big character model. I mean, you pretty much just stay inside of Doriani, right? And you just avoid like 90% of the shit he could do to you. It's like, I am inside of you, Doriani. Ha ha ha. What will you do? You fool. And he's like, I don't know. I don't know.
Who goes there? My webs, as you wish.
Increase spell damage, spell physical damage. Technically good. 218 armor. Let's go. Oh, is that more? Is that more? Is that more? I mean, a quarter stuff could potentially end up to be more damage for this, but I have a hard time finding that.
Thank you.
No, that's AC rating. We don't want an AC rating helmet. +1 level 2 minion skills. Great. 50 movement speed.
Goodbye.
See if there's a better wand. So this is physical spell skills, but physical spell skills. Technically good for our entangle, but like bad for everything else we're doing. So I guess I'm gonna stick like with my bad boy wand here.
Do not wander.
Do you think this build will be endgame juice viable? Absolutely. There's a few interesting things you can do with this build to make it stronger. The biggest problem it has is that Tornado is a weird skill because Tornado does damage over time, but it's not a dot. What does that mean? It means that you cannot go like for increased elemental ailments support, like something like that, right? Elemental ailments hit harder or something like that, magnitude of elemental ailments. Because you're doing fire damage and you're doing lightning damage and you're doing frost damage, cold damage, but it's all damage over time. So it's not like ailmentable damage in that regard. which makes the whole skill rather weird at times, how you scale it, because you have like a limited to nodes that you can actually take to meaningful get it up. That was like one of the big problems that we had last season to really like scale it, okay? Which allowed us to take quite some defensive nodes. So our damage had a cap to it to a degree, but you can scale it over cool unique items pretty much. So there's quite some stuff we can do. And we can obviously use Kelgurian skills to juice the whole thing further. For example, there is like a use cost of runic ward as part of the cost of the skill. And then with the amount of runic ward you're using, you're actually juicing up the skill. So that's, for example, a possibility. Oh, Asala's here. Did they fix it? Chad? This might be the first time ever that she did not vanish on me in this area. Good thing about Druid for Soul Cell Phone is whatever you find you can play. Yes, if you find a good talisman, you can just focus on the bear mode. If you find a good like wand, you can focus on entangle. If you find it like great, the Druid really is probably one of the most versatile solo cell phone classes, where you can pretty much just pivot in what you find. I mean, obviously the problem is going to be the support gems that you picked up, but still. Gem cutter prisms, that's always useful. What about Gemling Tornado? Well, so the problem with Gemling Tornado is that you're starting on the Gemling side of things. That's the biggest letdown, right? So I need a lot of elemental damage nodes on the sorcerer side of things. Gemling also has quite some close by. There's also just really useful Druid nodes for this. So I do believe that being on the Druid side of things is just better. Also, Shaman will work really nice for this, because with Shaman, we can use the Magi bonded shenanigans. And these bonded Magi shenanigans will allow us to do... So, like, compare him to Balbala alone from the arena perspective, right? I'm just putting down here my thingies. Right, and we're just hurting him so hard. It's very useful. Put down your volcano. Could also put down 2 volcanoes, by the way. Not that we needed. So, well, I mean, 2 volcanoes, like you could put overabundance, and then you could put down 2 Verisium volcanoes. That feels like holy overkill most of the time. We're frozen. So I gotta say that Ice Bite is not working the way I thought Ice Bite would, sadly. Because I was hoping that we could get the... things roll in. Also need to get Elemental Flux for our skill. That pounds can go out as we don't have a talisman anymore. Herald of Ash just in for the YOLOs. Volcano is volcanoing. Volcano is a Tornado is a physical skill. Yes. But you're not going to use Trinity. You're going to use Elemental Conflux. What's it called? Because it's not an attack. Trinity is... I'm not sure. Remember which spirit skill we used. Let me check. We did Tornado Druid last time. We did... Elemental Conflux was the skill that we have been using. So Elemental Conflux on the Tornado, then Blasphemy with Temporal Chains. Yeah.
I hear you. My wares are renowned.
Just to give you a feeling for things.
Blessings.
And you want to have the taming. The taming.
For you,
The taming.
young one.
I'm trying your Varashta sword build. Is it expensive to get online? No, Varashta is super cheap to get online. Everything that costs super a lot of money is not even required to beat the game. Okay? So can you go for like a 12 divine investment for Dominion? Yes, but you don't even need it. Can you go for a 10 divine investment for a super good amulet? Yes. Can you go for a 20 divine environment for like for a super offhand? Yes, and a main hand too. However, you can also get the same thing for a couple of exalted orbs if you're just happy with like 90% of the result. Generally speaking, in Path of Exile, no matter what build you're playing, 90% rule. It sounds stupid, right? 90% rule is just be happy with 90% of the result. So you're looking for a, you know, minion plus minion ranks shenanigan, but instead of looking for +3, +4, +5, you're already happy with +2. As you should, realistically. So, Silver Grim, again, gemling is not terrible. It's definitely a choice, but we're mainly want to get the Shaman, because Shaman also has easy access to Spirit, which might come like super handy in down the line. Like right now, I'm asking myself if it would be like opportune to just go for spell totems for the time being, just for leveling, right? So you pretty much played plants until now, and then you just swap over to spell totems for the leveling portion. So you could just do that. And we can also just stay plant druid, because plant druid is actually powerful. But you could also just do Grim Pillar leveling. You could go for what's it called again? The skill.
That was close.
Bone Cage. Absolutely possible.
A moment of respite.
We're done with the Merc Wolf. Something wasn't working there, Yoda. So Merc Wolf has to be benched until I did some more research on the interaction that I'm looking for. No, you've just started, and already the amount of effects that you're overloading is crazy. Put Storm on. Put Volcano on. Put other Volcano on, right? Entangle a bit. Put Storm on again. Storm has such a short duration. That's the only thing that bothers me. But how long does Storm currently last? Storm would be...
A great challenge.
4 seconds, right? No, 4 seconds. Storm is... more crazy. 8 seconds. Storm 3.45 seconds, yeah. Ooh. Technically, every 3 seconds you have to recast it. Wouldn't let me put Binding Frost on Entangle for the totem build. Any idea why? You don't have enough intelligence? You don't meet the level requirement? When I played Elemental Discharge until I could get Biting Frost native, FY. Do you have another freeze interaction skill already on? Like, for example, you have Elemental Discharge already on your thingy. Maybe it doesn't let you put Biting Frost. I can't tell you. It's just spitballing here. Okay, 1 hour and 38 minutes to Ascension, ladies and gentlemen. Despite Thunderstorm just being like not having a lot of damage, it's still one of my most damaging skills, huh? we add in Act 2 to this build? In Act 2, we're adding... Giving lightning. I think we mainly missed like accelerated growth, right? And we need another tier 2 support gem so I can put on accelerated growth, because accelerated growth is like where the real damage comes in, right? So that there's a mistake on my side for not putting it on. Level are we? We're 20. Oh, Fickle Blessing of Wind. Let's go. Doing so much damage, you're starving with Monk. No, at this point, you should be an absolute demon with Monk because you use Hollow Palm Technique. If you don't use Hollow Palm Technique at this moment, you just misunderstood something about Monk. Also, if you use Hollow Palm Technique, you need to unequip your actual weapon. So just FYI, I've seen that mistake being done a lot, where people actually choose to play Hollow Palm Technique, but then they forget to unequip their weapon, and they wonder, hey, I'm not actually doing more damage with Hollow Palm Technique. And it's like, sir, are you still wearing your weapon? And they're like, yeah, I'm still wearing my weapon. But Hollow Palm says literally Hollow Palm, sir, unarmed. Right? Okay, remove Iron Manacles, run the boon, burn the boom. Here, gain a random Mayor boon, take physical damage. What do we get? Ignore the first damage taken from hits. Oh, no, I didn't want to go there. Shit, I just went somewhere. And that gave me movement speed if you have been hit recently. You know, that can actually be annoying, especially in this level of the trials. Very much. Isn't Twister Martial Artist the best build for Martial Artists? No, sir. The best build for Martial Artists is the build that you enjoy playing for Martial Artists. And considering that Twister is always bound to quite some investment at times. Twister generally is an amazing build. Don't get me wrong. But it's far and few between the only build that you can play or even have a good time with, right? It was Elemental Discharge. There we go, Frosty. There's always an answer. It's like when people also like, I cannot put Culmination or I cannot put Aelith's Chime on the skill. Did you try to put Culmination first? No, you haven't? Well, ooh, what There's a lot of these interactions. I mean, for example, if you use an amulet to give yourself a skill, okay? Let's say you use an amulet to give yourself Wolf Pack. There are amulets that can do that. If you then don't have enough strength, you can actually not put support gems into Wolf Pack. Now, that interaction is not inherently obvious at first, because you might just look at the Wolf Pack and be like, hey, I have it from an amulet. I should, I have it active. It's working. But unless you then actually put the amount of stats, like, so you have enough strength to kind of use the skill, you can't use the skill. Surprise or unsurprise.
Swift magnificence.
So we get another tier 2 support, which would then finally be Accelerated Growth. So I made a mistake for not choosing that earlier. That means we got Upheaval, Accelerated Growth, and Not Controlled Destruction, which is going to give us now more damage. So let's actually see how much more that is. But that was a big mistake on my side, right? F-Word, thank you for the 93 months of support. F-Word, welcome back. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the first 2 subs today. So we do this, we do that, we do this, and then we just entangle in. My Lightning Storm is now giving me the bonus explosions. Entangle him like there's no tomorrow. Safest kill ever. Like, don't even have to try. Best part about the volcanoes is you just put them down and then you forget, right? So we just put the fragments of the past on and then we just chill. An exalted orb at this point of the game. Another staff too, chat. Maybe we get a better one than the one we have right now, because others doesn't give us skill rank. Okay, now we're gonna go for ascendancy and we're gonna go for shaman, right? Oh. So what are we gonna have the shaman do for us? 40 spirit for each empty charm slot, bonded wisdom, or I mean technically you should start with the turning of seasons, right? Gain the 10% damage as extra damage of a random element, and we get bonus elemental exposure to enemies, right? Yeah. I mean, the bonus spirit just does nothing for us because we have like nothing to gain spirit for, from, with, at, why, when. Silver mage cash. Go on one, focus, and we got one. Let's see what that gives us. So 1 hour, 45 minutes in, we ascended. We're gonna need spirit right now. I'll need spirit later for a lot of the spirit skills that we're gonna be using, because I'm gonna use a lot of spirit skills. Okay, what do we got here? We got gloves that we don't need. We got a wand that has chaos and spell damage and critical. No. We got spell damage, physical, and critical. Also not what we're looking for. We got spell damage, critical, and mana. Also not what we're looking for. And that was fire damage, intelligence, cast speed, nothing. Still don't have a weapon that actually what that was. It does 80. That's more damage than my current one does.
Goodbye.
Silly how much damage you can get like early from a weapon like this.
Take your time. Speak up.
Case resistance and lightning damage. What do we have? Mana. Nothing exciting. Where is the Macedon Badlands? Any tips for Grenade Merc? I'm level 95. I mean, you don't need tips anymore, sir. You're level 95. You just have 5 more levels to go and you're done. Then you can go sacrifice your character. I mean, you're probably at the point of overjuicing for level 95.
They defile this land and themselves with it. Wild take hold!
I'm just going to be walking backwards through this area. Or you just put down any calamity that you can. And just have things die to the calamities that you put down. Right? You're not interested in staying. Put down your storm. Put down your tangle bears. Put down one volcano, put down the other volcano. Watch everything die. Combination of like the ice volcano plus this is probably the best thing you can do. Like, right, ice volcano, storm, and then if ice volcano and storm doesn't already kill everything, you just have your vines bonus. Thank you very much. You recommend a strong caster build if you already have some currency, never play caster. I mean, you can just go for the plant druid, for example. Plant druid is a powerful build, no matter what, and it can be juiced quite a lot. There is also like spell totems in general can be juiced quite a lot too. Spell totems super easy to build, to be honest. So it might be the simpler build than plant, because plant can be rather boring for many, myself included.
That should have fed the land.
There's also Spark Totem, then there's Spark Normal. They're like, yeah. There's some caster builds out there. I've seen some Blood Mage stuff, but nothing too new and exciting. Caster has probably seen the least innovations, if that makes sense. It's more like the same things that have worked prior seasons are still working these seasons. right? Like it's pretty much all the same. I mean, that Spark build that people have been playing, like Spark, Cast on Crit, or getting generally Cast on Crit Comet builds. Yeah, they're still Cast on Crit Comet builds. They're still doing exactly the same. They're still Cast on Crit Cometing and very efficient. So same builds, same vibe, exactly the same gameplay. Nothing changed. Tier 6 skill gem for our volcano, but we get a tier 7 as well. So what do we do with tier 7? We could technically go for our spell totem, right? But spell totem seems kind of silly. I mean, I would like to break armor, but we don't have anything to break armor anymore, which is a bit of a bummer. I mean, we could technically use Bind Spectre. We're not using Spirit, right? We have no skill to use Spirit on at the given point. So we could technically use Bind Spectre. However, we're not juicing minions at all, so quite useless. For the time being, at least. So what do? We just do Elemental. I mean, we could do Temporal, but we could do Mana Tempest. Technically. I could do a Mana Tempest Super Volcano. Problem is just that's it with my mana after doing that. And you unleash that Mana Tempest Super Volcano, it's like, yep, and I'm out of mana. Can be for a ground effect? Yeah, but do you really want to look for a team beast with a ground effect right now? Is that what you want to do? Tell me. I really like Grenadier this season. It really rocks, just have to get him a little stronger for tier 15 maps. Well, for the Grenadier, you kind of need to get level 79 before you can get stronger. Because 79 is the threshold where you get the siege crossbow, right? So it's a bit stupid because up to level 79, you're forced to use like your level 59 crossbow, unless you find like a real better one. So you're like just waiting to reach your respective level to then go crazy, right? You could already go further, but you just gotta wait. Rune of Blossom. In the long run, we'll need a Rune of Blossom. Is this a League starter build? I mean, yeah, you could just League start this. But no, this is not meant to be like, so generally speaking, what we're doing here so far is League start, but what we do from level 42 on is not League start. Because we're gonna use a certain skill, Tornado, and Tornado wants you to already invest. I mean, does that mean you could not play Tornado without investing? You could, but it really wants you to invest. Another Chaos Orb, you say? That's my second Chaos Orb right now. Is there an amazing leveling build? Yes, there is some stuff you can do. Like, for example, you can get yourself a Tabula Rasa and then socket certain things in it to make it go out of control. Poor guys just being area slammed by whatever we do. And they're like, they're even getting frozen, which is actually really funny. By the frost volcano, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Boop. Plant Druid, yeah, Plant Druid is just effortless strong. If that makes sense. Like you don't even have to try, and you'll be strong. But this is actually a fantastic focus now because we can do something rather illegal. Let me show you something interesting. I think this is the focus. Like, so this is a threaded light, which says increase spell damage per spirit. Right now we don't have any spirit. Right, we have 30 spirits so far. So I guess if I now put this one on, like, does it already, like, it works if you just have the spirit, right? Yeah. So we're gonna get rid of this.
I shall
Rarity.
put this to use.
You know, wand, decent wand. So I can put this one up, right? We're currently sitting at 60 damage. For example, with this, we're sitting at 136, right? Then I can just put this on, and like already the 30 spirit is like 30% more spell damage, right? But what you can do now is you could also change your points to your Shaman working, right? And since Shaman gives you like per charm slot open, I don't know if you can get like a 2 charm slot, right? But you could get like with the thingy, you can like get 80 bonus spirit, just like that. So it's again like another 8 times 9% more spell damage, just like that with a focus. So that's quite good already. This one is probably what we're gonna use down the line as we're gonna be spirit juicing. Just right now, it's not yet useful, right? It's just later useful, and later it should be a lot useful. 75% fire damage, and that's only fire skilled, so that's useless. Mana regeneration, you say? Please.
Stay inside.
Here what we have, we still have our 30 spirit that we're not using. So should probably go for Arctic Armor. Game is too difficult for you? No, sir. Come on now. A game is not difficult. There's just a lot of factors to consider. Does the 200 mace increase the damage dealt by entangle? No. The 200 maze is not for the entangle. The 200 maze is only for the fragments of the past. Fragments of the past is an attack skill, so it actually does scale with attacks, right? So I could also use fragments of the past in weapon set 1, for example, right? Just activate it for weapon set 1 and weapon set 2. Fragments of the past needs a attack skill thingy. So it does actually, since an attack, it needs like an attack weapon, and it scales with attack weapon as well, which is really useful because you just get like 1 hell of a very powerful skill. So I can just here, like, let me demonstrate. I can just unleash this one here. Oh, we get Grim Pillars. See, this is Grim Pillars now. Tier 7 Grim Pillars is actually extremely expensive. I should get one of those. Is there anything else useful? Verisium manifestations are also very expensive, but I think Grim Pillars is still more expensive. So like I can just put down this attack here, and now look at the frosty explosions just from this. Right, I don't have to do anything else. No other skill. Just the fragments here right now. Boom, 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 boom. Like look at that. Just that. Just the volcano. And then I could just do my other skills on top, right? To add just more DPS to this. So that's what we're pretty much using as bonus damage, because plant build is already great damage, but why wouldn't we just add more damage to the build? Right, that's the big question. Like, you have good damage. Yes, makes sense. But why would you add more damage to the build? Especially because it's free damage, right? Like, I don't even have to pay mana for this. I literally pay wart to cast this skill. So I'm not compromising any of my other skills to do this. I am just getting the most out of this. As you can see, I just put that one down and it just clears everything in my path. Now, the only thing I got to do is actually boost the damage of that skill. And for this, I want to go over the side here with the plants, because this is going to be physical damage, right? And increased skill effect duration, which is nice. So totally, I actually want to take these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points, or 5 points, and I want to go over the top here. But I can't do this right now, right? I'm currently have to go through the middle, and then as soon as I'm done with going through the middle, I'm going to pull them all out, go over the top, so I can just connect better. Because ultimately, you just actually need to go for this one, but you don't need, like, the whole street of these. You're gonna say, Pony, adding more skills is it's annoying. I don't want to use that many skills. Well, the good thing about the volcano is it's 8 seconds. So you do this, and that's 8 seconds. Now I don't have to care for this attack anymore for the next 8 seconds, right? I put it down, we're good. It does instant explosion damage, and then it just wrecks everything for 8 seconds. Same goes to the other volcanoes. So I can just tap him instead of casting him, right? And then I can just put down both volcanoes as I'm zooming through. And again, same goes to the lightning storm. I can put also just the lightning storm down, cursing currents, and it's probably going to kill everything. Problem is that lightning storm only lasts for 3 seconds, which makes it less efficient than the other two. See, because like that 3 second was not enough to actually kill these guys. So we'll probably need some skill effect duration now to just get a bit more out of it. But also, that's what you have Entangle for, I guess. Okay, where's the lady? Where is Snake Lady, friend? Snake Lady Dude Bro Beans. Snake a doodle dandy. So this build is like an ogre. It has layers. Right, Chad? Right? Right? It's like an ogre. Because it has layers. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Get the big volcano out. Put the other volcano down. Lightning storm. Then you just go for entangle, 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 entangle. Do a frost bump in between. Refresh your lightning storm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Summon the other volcano. Summon the volcano. And then you just keep zooming in a circle around her while you just have fun destroying everything. You just keep your elemental exposure up. You just spam entangle like you have no business. Get your cool physical explosion thingies going. Right? It's just the very simple destruction. Doesn't even have to care about anything, right? And while you're doing that, you're completely safe. The best part, right? I mean, it's not like you're never in danger with this build of ever like, oh no, but what if it kills me? Yeah, what if? How does it want to kill you? Right? You're just safe. And I still gotta consider if I now want to add like the bonus. Like you could add spell totems to this and just go for the spell totem thingy. So for example, we could ignore here our deal 50% more damage to store and plant skills, right? And you could just zoom a boink and go straight up for the Ancestral Bond. Then actually just play spell totems. So you could do that for leveling. Super easy too. But I don't want to do that right now. So I'd rather have some fun. What I'm thinking about is putting on an Elemental Weakness Curse on top of the exposure. Because why not? Because we are doing cold damage. We're doing lightning damage. And we're doing physical damage. Optimally, I would break armor. I mean, we could also, again, go for Mana Tempest if I wanted to. Which would add lightning damage to everything, right? The problem is it's also going to add mana. So you're kind of like, do you really want to do this? Do you want to add a Mana Tempest right now? I feel like it's just going to drain me empty. But we could try it out because the Entangle is literally like mana cost reduced. So let's do Tempest for a GIF. Put on efficiency. Right, because the basic idea is if you you're sitting here at 62 entangle damage, right? And then you're gonna put Mana Tempest on. Oh, where's Mana Tempest here? Mana Tempest on, see, and then you're 95. And even if the mana cost is being added, like look at the mana cost, it doesn't matter. Because we're right now sitting at the like we have the 50% cost reduction here, this one. So cost 50% less. My thing costs 10 mana. My Entangle. Right? Doing this and then easily getting the bonus is kind of nice. I didn't know you could like do one volcano, right? That is like a lightning juiced volcano. What I wonder is, does Tempest say spells only? Empower spells, yeah. Sadly, it says spells because that doesn't empower this one here. Right? Doesn't get anything from that. A bummer. Are you using WSD to move? No, I just move around with mouse clicking. I'm very old school and boring. I just click and then my character goes where I click. What's the strongest build you played in 05 so far? Mercenary? Instant cluster grenade merc? The Grim Pillars, definitely. Disciple of Rashta as well. Those kind of like my top 3. When we just uploaded a top 5 video, in case you missed it, of like my 5 strongest builds, or the 5 strong builds that we did this season so far, with an explanation of how each of them works, and all of them on a budget, because you got to consider that all of my builds are done with a budget from 1 to 10 Divine Orbs. The Disciple of Rashta being a bit more expensive because we had to anoint Dominion. So that definitely ratcheted up the price, but not to a degree where you're like, what the fuck? So still very cheap. And each of these builds could get like even stronger with more investment, but I don't have investment. You know? I don't have investment. Need money for choice decisions. I feel like I'm running in the wrong direction. Yes, I am running in the wrong direction. And we're just gonna kill all of you. I ran in the wrong direction. Let's restart checkpoint because I'm not coming back. The free monkey build is nuts. Monkey is nuts, yes. I was thinking about doing a soul self-found spirit walker, but I don't know what to say. Spirit walker seems so cookie cutter because it's like, get monkey and you're good, right? I know you can just tame others. I know you could just be like, hey, but what if I'm not going for the monkey? But you would just literally not go for the monkey because you want to be different. Not because it would be better, right? You wouldn't be like, oh, I choose to not use the monkey because I found something that is way better than it. No, it would be like, I am not using the monkey because I want to be different. Right? You don't want to do something better. You just want to be extra. That's why I dislike it. No. It's cookie cutter as it gets. Like, if it at least was better, right? If there was a better option where you're like, yeah, so I am using this because of reason. But there's no. Support gem. I like the big bloodbird. I mean, the big bloodbird is good and it works fine, but it again is not a better option than the monkey, right? So yes, you can do things. Yes, you can also tame like here the elephant and go for Infernal Legion burning, right? But at the end of the day, the monkey isn't and will stay the absolute unchallenged best option by a mile. Yeah, in Act 2, Hardcore Soul Suffering with the monkey build. Exactly. Because why not? Okay, please show me the way out, sir. Map. I just like if there's more options, like to play the same thing but different. I mean, look at Druid, what you can all do, right? So Druid can do Tornado, you can do Bear, you can do Wyvern, and you can do Wyvern in different ways as well. You can do bear in different ways as well, right? Like you can do totems, you can't do totems. You can do plunder it. You can do like I want to go for a wolf. I want to go for this, right? So that's cool. That's fun. That's exciting. Like, right, all these ascendancies are able to do different things. Also the reason why I don't play much caster, because often casters like, so you have all these cool different elemental skills, right? You have all these cool different spells, but end of the day, it's going to be cast on crit comet. So no matter what you do, no matter what you go for, caster wise, often it's like, so after I've done now all of this to make my basic skill work, I am going to add cast on crit and comet, and that's it. That's my damage now. Yeah, my actual skill? No, my actual skill is not doing damage. Cast on crit is doing the damage. Jings, no more melee with the blue volcano. That melee with the blue volcano sadly had some bugs and things that didn't work as they should. So we had to bench it for now, and I have to do a review of what actually works and what doesn't work. And I'm unhappy as you. But in the meantime, while I do that review, because I literally sat here this morning for 2 hours pulling over support gem combinations that all didn't work. Yes, I spent 2 hours trying out things, and half of the stuff that I tried out simply didn't work. Imagine my frustration, because in these 2 hours, I could have already been streaming. So I was just sitting there, and it was like, okay, this doesn't work. This should work. This should also work. And it all came back to, well, shit, I can't do my soul self-on journey today. Right? I cannot continue. And I'm just sitting there, and it's like, it gets more frustrating with the support gem you're using, right? Like, you use this one, I was like, oh shit, yep, this one is also broken, and that one is broken, and this one is broken, and yep, fantastic, this is brilliant. I don't hate this. No, I'm super not mad. Right? Why would I be mad? Be sad instead. Oh no, it's one that throws projectiles back. Nope, I'm gone. I am not fighting the guy that throws projectiles back at me. No, thank you. Appreciando. Was the wolf build about? The wolf build was using the fragments of the past to cross-slash, use the fragments of the past. But sadly, that synergy did not work the way it was supposed to work, so we're sad now. Okay, you know what? That Mana Tempest was a great addition. I am very happy. I can use the Mana Tempest for so long with Entangle. It's crazy. Dude, that bonus damage on the thingy is great. Sir, you pushed me out of my Mana Tempest. That was kind of uncool of you. Luckily, you can just do the Mana Tempest right away again, right? Beautiful. Good addition. Good addition to the build. I like it.
If that's your wish, I'll see it done.
Insane Adin, you're playing the Tornado build from last season and it's working for you. Well, that's great news. Thank you for sharing. I'm very pleased to hear that it's working.
I didn't know your name, but you deserved better than this.
Okay, let's get the two foci. Focuses. Hope that the focus is amazing so we can finally get rid of our staff, I guess, because I want to use a wand because using a staff is like so clunky. Oh. So what do we got? We got a fire damage. Nope. We got increased fire damage. Double nope. So that's great. We got boots that have mana. At least we got a better potion. We got increased fire damage on a ring. That's also a big nope. That weapon is not doing more damage than what we have. 15% movement speed, but we have 15% movement speed, and we get lightning resistance, which is actually pretty huge. A bit more armor helmet, but that's not really pertinent for us right now.
Speak up. Here we are.
Pretty good. Level 2 fire spells. Nope. That would work on the volcano, but that's about it. Fire damage, spell damage. Bunch of not useful
No need to rush.
items. Okay, we can put that away, that away. We have Grim Pillars. So that Grim Pillars we're going to sell. I mean, recently, what was it? Can someone check for me, please, how much a Grim Pillar is currently worth it? Because just a few days ago, like a tier 7 Grim Pillar was like tons, to be honest. What about the armor that gives you the 3 heralds? Ice, fire, thunder. For what? So the problem with the armor that gives you the 3 heralds, it's a great armor. Okay, it's a fantastic armor. It actually does work for my triple herald werewolf build, I think. Yeah. But the problem with the triple herald armor is that it also compromises your defense. So you gotta like look for what kind of build do you want to use it, and could you get the spirit otherwise? So do you even require the use of that? Okay, let's double check here. So my thingy is at 93 damage, right? And if I now go for the bonus physical damage, then the 93 damage goes up to 98. So we can put down this one, then start flying. And probably the weakest part of the build right now, that your lightning storm just lasts for a few seconds. An essence of enhancement, you say? 1, 2, 3, 4. Should probably put like mana quality on Tempest, because quality on Tempest is going to have it go pew pew. Grim Pillar is 74 Exalted. It used to be so much more. I mean, it was literally like 2 Divine Orbs a few days back. But probably people were like farming it. And with a low level character, you can just farm Grim Pillars by repeating areas. So 2 hours, 16 minutes. It looks like potential 2 hour 40 clear for this act.
What a thing to behold.
I'd like to get my another belt slot. I mean, if we now had a 1 with like +2 spell skills, right? And we had that offhand. Kind of know what kind of damage we could actually achieve. Can you believe that in my last plant build, I didn't even consider using Mana Tempest for no reason? I remember Purist. We've done way too many Purist builds, Chan. The problem is if you do like Purist builds, aka like you just stay with one character's skills, like you just neuter yourself, right? Like the worst part, it's like just for the sake of staying Purist, you just make your build weaker. Which practically makes no sense. Oh, there he is. The big dude. The man beans. The bro man. Thank you very much. Ooh, Cultist Great Hammer. Could be better than what I have. Sir, I'm trying to walk through this portal. Could you absolutely not stand in my way? Imagine, Chan. Standing on my portal. Nah, not even worth it. I mean, not completely true, because it would give us an iron rune, and we could use the iron rune for our... mace to make it stronger. What happened to the werewolf build? The werewolf build was not functionally working in some regards, so we had to shunt it down. But it's not dead in the water. Trust the process. We're going over this one. Now we got ourselves
Folk as big as mountains.
that belt slot.
Just as well there no more.
So that is another spell slot. So that could be 80 more spirit. That's 80% bonus spell damage if we wanted to. But that would only make sense if we now had a wand that was useful, right?
Take your time.
So let's check for a second here. First we destroy that. Then we destroy this. Then we check what you got. 69. 69 is terrible. 58 is terrible. And unless we get like something that has vastly more, we have like no interest in that.
Warm nights.
I wonder if I did have a wand backed up for this scenario. Double check here quickly. Do I have a... My spell totem has like... No, I don't have a low wand, I think, flying around. This is the low wand I use for like fire spells, but I really don't have like any low wand, just... Nope. Oh, shit. I'm going in the wrong direction. Okay, right up. And then we gotta open these gates, Mr. Gorbachev. What are you looking for, Jinx? Just like spell damage, physical damage potentially, ranks to all spell skills, the usual.
Hard to
The
fathom what
usual.
this place was like when Titans still roamed.
I mean, realistically, I just found the ultimate, like... Here, realistically, we're running around with this bad boy that just had like 6 things going on. The problem is when you're playing a two-handed weapon with, when you're playing a two-handed weapon with Entangle, it just makes it so much slower because Entangle wants to be spammed, right? The more fishes we get down, the more thingies we just overwhelm. So it's like it really wants to get spammed. If you're not spamming it, that usually is feeling bad. So by the way, if you find a level 8 spirit gem, chat, you keep that because I sold the level 8 spirit gem for 1 divine orb. You want a very few button build, KD. The problem is you gotta get to a certain point, right? So, I mean, first you gotta get there to then play that. When there are multiple one-button builds out there right now, there's cast on dodge builds. Rather expensive currency-wise, but cast on dodge exists. Where you literally just dodge over the screen and that's it. For example, there is a cast on... there's a build, it's using Bitter Dead, where you use corpses to create like these Bitter Dead orbs. But in order to do that, you need to turn your minions into sacrifice with the sacrifice support with the sacrifice spirit skill. And then you can sacrifice your minions to actually cast Bitter Dead. But the trick is that you're going to use a Gemling Legionnaire, and with quality options, you're going to prevent the use of corpses. So you pretty much have infinite corpses to turn into Bitter Dead. Super cool, but quite expensive. But super cool. Yeah, but plan, cast on crit, comet is also amazing. I mean, you pretty much just run around and tangle. You can even do plant with cast on crit, lightning storm if you don't want to do comet, and then the lightning storm will just automatically be casted on critting, so you don't even have to do lightning storms anymore. That's like the absolute lazy version of that.
I thought your kind were long gone.
That one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Poor guy. Okay, sir, I'm standing here like in my cloud, and I don't want to leave my cloud. That was so mean. I was a very happy citizen in my cloud of cloudiness, and you bullied me out of it. Right, and we were perfectly fine just standing inside here, unleashing our bonus lightning damage, and you just had to be like complicated. You just had to be that guy. Forcing us to walk out. Beanie.
And will carry your weight no longer.
What gives you a headache as Grenadier? Yes. Yes, indeed. He's just so weird. I tried killing him with poison grenade because we were doing like a poison build, and he was just refusing to take damage. Just literally standing there. It's like, no, I shall not take damage. No, I shall not take damage. You're like, okay, sir, but how about you shall take damage? Like, no, I shall not. I really shall not.
Aye.
I've got
If
some
you're
thinking.
sure.
I saw a Warcry build, Isis, with a Ruins Temptation. So there is a Warcry skill that explodes ice fragments. So you can actually take the fragments of the past. Yes, you heard right. The volcano skill. And then you put it down, and then you go Warcry, and it just explodes the ice fragments.
I am fight to the last.
Possible. The Nightfall Shield. I have seen really cool builds with the Nightfall Shield. Definitely a thumb up, my friend.
Picking up the signature.
Dead.
Twisted thing.
Hey, we have the same problem as we had the last time when we played this skill here right now. So we're currently playing the Nifty Volcano, right? But since we're not finding any upgrades, our Volcano is still level 5. And we're actually moving like for tier 7 skills. Wait, the lady with the bird, for some reason, has been always close to the Kelguran stone in this area. So usually I have my troubles finding the lady with the letter, right? But whenever I found the actual Kelguran stone, the one that you can activate the monolith, I usually found the lady with the letter. I say usually because I'm pretty sure now that I made a guess, it won't work. Because obviously that's how it would be.
Roots and snare ye.
It'd be nice if you could just find... Oh, well, look at that, Chan. Would you look at that? We actually found her, not close to the stone. Oh, that almost got me killed. Okay, like how about no, chat? How about no? How about we don't have like 8 birds jump me? And they're just moving faster than my cast speed. How about we don't have 8 birds? Almost a heart attack. Okay, so we get all of these made, and now we wanted to move here for damage with plant skills into overgrown plants break armor. Because that would actually be very useful to break armor like that. Right? Realistically, again, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 6, 7, 8. I need 3 more so I can pull this out so we can go over there in the long run. No thaumaturgical flux. Ooh. Can we expect a PoE2 cosplay? Never.
The wind bites like a blade up here.
We don't cosplay in this house. I wouldn't even know who to cosplay as in PoE2. You know? Knowledge non-existent of any PoE2 character. Like, you only know the hooded one because he's Sin, and that's it. You know, that was the extent of my knowledge. I know who he is. Done. More knowledge not available. Hope you know more about the Path of Exile story, if there is actually a story. I mean, allegedly there is, but, you know, I've yet to see said story. I do want to, like, to mingle and jingle. He now prevented me 3 times from casting my storm by hitting me. That's rather rude. That's rather rude. Queen of Zero cosplay? Sure. That's a weird fetish you get there, my friend. Well, we don't judge. It's okay. Does the volcano benefit from physical? It absolutely does not benefit from physical. However, your main damage is not the volcano, right? Our main damage is the plants, so you're not really going out of your way to boost the volcano. You just have it with you because it's just so simple to put down. I mean, you cast the volcano and then you just forget about the volcano because the volcano just does what it does. And ultimately, you want your storms and your plants, and that's where your damage is from. Everything else is just the cherry on top. That's why I said, like, the build is like an ogre because it has layers, right? So layer number 1 is just do your plants and the storm, and you're kind of like done. But then layer number 2, you're gonna add the volcano to it. Layer number 3, you're gonna add the other volcano to it. Layer number 4, you could use the tempest. So you can make it as complicated as you want. Like, see, I could just do this and this. But I can also do that, right? Activate the storm and then just get more damage out of it. Whatever I feel like. Okay, I've never been this, like, lost in this area. And never been not finding the way out of this area. It's probably the longest I've ever been. And I don't like it. Do you know if Tornado works with taming? Yes, the Tornado does work with taming. It is a wind skill. That means when you put down the Tornado down, it is instantly going to be boosted by all 3 elemental surfaces. Which turns Tornado from a, this is kind of interesting, to, oh my lord, this is like pretty flunking good. And that's also what we're going to do. So the whole premise of what we're doing here right now is taming. What is it? There's a bat. Bomb. Want to get a bit greedy there. I feel like, is this here the statue? It's the statue area, right? Just gotta find the way into the statue area. Because usually when, like, I find the Kelgurin stone, that's also where I find the checkpoint. Thank you. I'll close it all. For Garukan. Okay, what we got here? Nothing. Literally nothing. An Exalted Orb. Not even gonna make a move for an Exalted Orb. The Trail Fire Boots and use them for Tornado. Yeah, either you're going to use the Trail Fire Boots or you're going to use the Shocking Ground Boots, and then you have to use a Companion, and then you have to use Burning Inscriptions, and like you have to use so many things to make like Tornado basically worth it. That and it's not worth. Like, and the crazy part is like you have to do so many things, and Tornado is like a full payoff skill, like technically. And after you've done all these things, Tornado is still not doing like insane damage, right? And that was like the biggest letdown with Tornado in general last season, that you did all these things to build this cool payoff mechanism, but the payoff wasn't actually there, right? It wasn't like, wow, I got my Burning Inscriptions and that kind of stuff, and I put it all together, and suddenly you're doing like 800% more damage. No, it was like I did all of this to get like the same amount of damage I would get with my like with a build that uses like half the skills, right? And does half the effort and doesn't even have like a payoff mechanic happening. Then you kind of feel scammed. Reasonably. As you should. It's PoE, Path of Exile. Uh-oh. I thought we could just like go through and then enemies stood in my way. Perfection here though, like with this Frost Volcano, just having him squared into a tiny corner there. Absolute winner chicken dinner. We found him finally. So do I want to go for another one to make this better? Probably not. I mean, he's going to take the whole beating anyways. Okay, tier 8 skill gem. We're going to do Entangle because that's still our main damage. Tier 8 skill gem. We're going to do Mana Tempest because that gives us the most damage bonus. Tier 8 skill gem. We're going to do Thunderstorm. And activate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's forcing me to move. That's the main thing here. Look at me just being forced to move my booty. Now we're going to spam out the Tempest Enhanced Kablooey. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh! The Lightning Storm, the Entangles. And it goes so good. Put the other volcano down, that volcano down. Watch him just die. Okay, we get ourselves another tier 8, which could be the Frostbomb, just to keep it like nicely leveled up. Whirlwind lands. It's the opposite of Whirling Slash, making Whirlwind that blows up as it touches. Yeah, but Whirlwind lands, even in fully juiced, has never been worth it. So technically, yes, it could be worth it, but practically it has just never been worth it. So I have a hard time trusting that skill to ever do good.
As you wish.
That is out of my league. That's 91 damage, which is more than what we have here if I fully upgrade it, but I don't have the 52 strength to use it.
Like the scorpion.
Do I really want to bother making that work? That's the big question. Oh, bows are sad. Let's see if that one is better. Wow, they just got sadder. Like all three helmets were just like, hey, do you want to see something sad? Yeah, here you go. Okay, this belt here would now be giving me a third slot. Okay, chat. I would have 3 slots.
Here we are.
Which means if I had a good wand.
Another day's water.
So let's see, with this one here, out of interest, how much would that give us? Final letter, thank you very much. Spell area damage here, let's just go for that quickly. Because the basic idea is now, if I now take the unique item. Focus, focus, focus. The threaded. And if we would now move away from...
Old dog, new tricks.
So this would put me at 110 spirit because I got 3 slots open. Okay? So 150 spirit. And for each 10 spirit, we get 9 bonus spell damage. Which means we're currently sitting at 226. If I now put on the focus, we sit at 159. So right now we sit at 190. Which means that not worth it yet. Unless I would obviously have a wand that has like bonus skills or whatsoever, or actually more than just 30% more. So not worth it yet to go for that. Just like good to have an eye on. I mean, we get a crazy like stuff there. That one comes away.
What?
The cool stuff box. We need more strength. How much int do I need for these skills? I need so few int, it's crazy. I lost Frost Bomb though if I do that. I want to keep Frost Bomb. I like Frost Bomb.
I hear.
So I can't use you, my friend. Or I have to look like for a better thingy there. Do you get the taming ring in your stash? Yes, I have the taming ring in my stash. Yes, we're planning to use Tornado as soon as available. However, you have to wait for level 42 to use Tornado, not 41, because with level 42 you can put on the taming ring. I changed over my Chronomancer to Tornado and super chill. Invest so many points into Curse slow so everything gets super slow. Yes, Crokin. So you gotta do that, like, because the Tornado is damage over time and it's not like one nuke. You have to like slow down everything around you. Okay, things with shield annoying, but I'm plant druid, so I'm fine. Oh, we are not getting over here. Actually, we are getting over here. It's blind. Great way to do things. Just get staggered right away. Lesser Essence of Battle gives us Act rating. Inspired Great Helm could be good down the line. I have no more potions. Ward, save me. I was like, we should go back. But instead of going back, we should just push further and risk dying. Realistically. Surely that's the way to do it. What do you think will be the fastest campaign skill? Is it still Twister? It really depends if you're playing solo Self-Found or if you're juicing. And your personal talent, I guess. I mean, if you look at Guy Who Dies, who's I guess, one of the undisputed campaign speedrunners, the man can speedrun the campaign with any skill. And the difference is only going to be a couple of minutes per skill, right? I mean, grenades are an absolute campaign speedrun to this point and haven't just changed. Grenades are insane, for example, and they're really easy. I could not speedrun the campaign with twisters, personally, because it's just not my cup of tea. I just noticed that spell area damage does not work for my bat boy here. So we did this all like without Arctic armor, so we're pretty much not using our spirit. In case you wonder what we're using our spirit on, it's currently Herald of Ash. And there's no reason we're using Herald of Ash, but we found it kind of funny that it actually works together with the Kilguran Volcano. Because it obviously doesn't work together with any of your spells, but with the Kilguran Volcano does. So if you do this and things explode from your Kilguran Volcano, they get Herald of Ash exploded. There's no reason why you should ever do this apart from YOLO. Okay, we're level 29. That's a good level, and it's 2 hours and 46 minutes.
Fool under the hooded one's sway. Do you even know what he is? No matter.
You can quickly go over the setup once you're done here. So we're currently using Volcano with Burgeon 1 and Controlled Destruction. I don't know if we could actually use Burgeon 2. Is there Burgeon 2 already? Burgen! No, there isn't Burgen 2. Then we got our Entangle with Upheaval and Accelerated Growth, a Thunderstorm with Current Light and Living Lightning, and Ice Bite on the Fragments of the Past. But I will have to admit that the Ice Bite has actually not worked now for quite the while on Fragments of the Past. So I wonder if Short Fuse would be better to just have this explode quicker. That could be an interesting one to go for. So we're going to use that one. And all works kind of nicely together. Important is that you put your Lightning Storm down so that your Planties can get exploded. But also would be important is that we kind of like get ourselves Armor Broken, because Armor Broken would actually be like a nice damage scaler. But I really can't be asked to do that. And usually you can do a rather simple armor break over... You can do a really simple armor break over what's it called again?
We're running out of time. End this.
Brain is not braining. Mark of Death. Uno, dos, 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we're just shoot down. The frost volcano on him. Get the lightning storm, the exposure. Tempest. It's like a rather simple, you know, gameplay. And you can always like stay on max distance to him, so you don't actually have to expose yourself, right? Like I'm doing. I'm just doing it because I can. Like I want to stay inside my cool little tornado, so I just spend more time where I shouldn't. Come on, bro. Get spun. No, I get hit by lightning. That was bad. I wasn't planning to get hit by lightning, or even hit by that, too. Sad face. It's funny how much, like, ward is just keeping you alive here, right? Some of the low beat uniques get goofy this patch. They're beautiful ones. It feels like 0 damage against Shaman Ra now. Yes, absolutely. I kind of wish we had a different one scepter wise, because this one is like level 6, right? We haven't gotten a single one with any spell skill, and that feels sad. We haven't gotten a single one with a bonus spell skill. That feels sad. Oh, we so hardcore drain our mana empty there. So Mana Tempest is like really cool with this so far, because we are getting the bonus lightning damage, right? But we don't pay for it. Are we not paying for it? Because realistically, your thingy just doesn't cost any mana. Your There'll be a tornado build later. Yes, so you can pretty much play whatever you want to get to the point of the tornado. I just really wanted to mess around with Plant Druid and Fragments of the Past pretty much. So you're certainly not, like, you don't have to play plants. This is just me wanting to play plants for this, right? And the Blue Volcano, because I found the Blue Volcano to be a very fun skill to use. But you could also just level with a Druid as a Druid. Level with Bear as a Bear. You could level with literally whatever you like. I just like leveling with this. Right? Because I leveled with the other stuff already, and we're just trying to keep it fresh and interesting. We're using some different things. Ow. He hit me. Come on, run me. Let's do this. Get this, and then we can do an lightning empowered volcano, which actually does snapshot. So once you get the lightning empowered volcano out, right, it's like fully snapshotted on, and that makes it like super powerful. Sadly, it doesn't work on the other volcanoes, so like you can only get one volcano snapshotted out. And the other volcano is just a normal volcano. Aha! Once in a while, not hit by things. Okay, now this is the actual damage we deal, right? Instant shock too. Very good. So, like, despite using Mana Tempest, which is usually like a super mana drain, right? You're able to just keep your... Wow, you didn't just hit him at all. That's fantastic. You're like easily able to keep your mana up. My favorite part. Oh god, no, we're one hit away from dying, ladies and gentlemen. Ward, save me. And instantly dead again. Try hard. What do you think about the Gemling Mage? A Gemling Mage is super cool. But the problem with Gemling Mage is that there's so much to choose from. Okay, so you can literally play Gemling as a mage, as a like grenadier, as a warrior with instant hit, as a flicker strike, no charge being used to a degree. So what do you want to play with Gemling with all these options given to you? I mean, Gemling is currently like, I was looking for the craziest builds that were done this season, and guess what? Chan, guess what? Every single one was a Gemling. It's like, hey, so you can do this with a Gemling. Oh, by the way, you could also do this with a Gemling. And in case you didn't know this, but actually that is also possible with a Gemling. So all the crazy builds you've seen this season that can do like mad stuff. It's like, so with Gemling, you can reduce the actual like cast time down to this and that, and you can like not use up your power charges, and then you can make infinite frenzy charges, and like in case you haven't done this yet, you can reduce the cast time, and you can upgrade the limit, right? It's almost like no matter what build you play, you should do it as a Gemling, right? Like, I would like to play Plant Druid. Yeah, you know what? Instead of going for Oracle, have you thought about a Plant Druid as a Gemling yet? Right? I mean, the same was for the Tornado here right now. So the question was, should we actually do Gemling instead of going for the, instead of going for the... Instead of going for the Druid, because if you go for a Gemling, you get a 1 Tornado limit, right? What disappoints me compared to the Gemling is that the other Ascendancies just feel terrible. I mean, look at the Gemling Ascendancy and what it does for us right now. Okay, everything you can do with a Gemling Ascendancy, like the 20,000 different builds you can do. And then look at the other classes. And you're like right now, okay, so if I now play a Titan, I get bonus inventory. And on top of the bonus inventory, I'm going to be getting like my small nodes are 50% more efficient. Okay, yeah, sure, I get it. And like on top of the 50% more efficient nodes, my crushing blows or my hits can be crushing blows. Yay. You know? Then you're like Tactician, and Tactician at least has like the spirit reservation efficiency, so that one is at least mad because it allows you to do like so many different builds. So that's cool, right? Whereas the Ritualist seems like, why do you even exist at this point? I mean, the reason Ritualist like existed used to be because Ritualist could do something like with this 3rd ring slot, and then you get like the bonus juicing on your amulets, belts, whatsoever, right? All that kind of stuff. But again, comparing the Ritualist and even the Amazon bows to the Spirit Walker, the Spirit Walker seems like a whole cool ascension, right? That has like so many different interesting combinations going on. especially with the Machaza's bounty, so on, right? And the companions, and then like they just feel so much more thought out. Like someone actually put like a whole lot of brain juice into it, right? And then you have like the old ascendancies, and it's like, wow, these are literally the 1.0 ascendancies, right? These are the first things you did, and you know what? It's noticeable. Which makes me wonder, do they plan to redo all of them? Which makes me all wonder, where's really my damage against Jomon-Ra right now? I remember playing Planter the first time and doing vastly more damage. So where's that, ladies and gentlemen? Gino in question. I mean, he did, but still, this is not how I wanted to see it. This is really like scrambling along, but I'm gonna blame it here on my stuff. I know what happened. I do actually know what happened, and it makes so much sense. And this explains so much right now. So the thing is that you can cast all these skills like Volcano, Entangle, Thunderstorm. Yeah, you can cast them with your mace. That explains so much. I mean, that generally just explains so much about what's been happening here. At least I'm not insane. That's the most important part, because I'm just like wondering, we're supposed to do more damage, right? Well, at least I'm not insane. Okay, like that luckily,
Not
right?
yet.
Holy moly. I've been already questioning my sanity to a degree. Yeah, did I like redo the fight? No, I'm good. I'm good. We got him killed.
The war.
I mean, we'll see it instantly in Act 3, the difference between the not using it and using it. But it like, it explains. You know what the crazy part is? That means we've been doing this since Act 1 now. So we get this cool stuff that was giving us a lot of damage, and essentially since Act 1 we've been running around with low damage and yet still, like, for some reason being very efficient, huh?
My past, but I would
Well, it like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. This is, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm just das is what I am.
But the road ahead's still ours to walk.
So new character is a mace plan titan. Yes, obviously the new character is using maces to do their damage, and it's a fully mace focused character. It has 15% movement speed. Your sanity's still up for debate on the daily, my friend. On the daily. I mean, at least this explains everything away, so you don't have to worry, chat. The build ain't shit. Everything is fine. The build ain't shit. We're good, ladies and gentlemen. It was just your creator being an idiot. So let's double check. Is Entangle now on number 1? Entangle is now on number 1. Volcano is now on 1. Thunderstorm is now on 1. Firebolt's anyways on 1. Everything is on 1 that's supposed to be on 1. Thank you very much. Yeah, that makes so much sense. Yeah, that suddenly makes so much more sense. Mm-hmm. Good to know. you just hit me with your stupid boom? Yeah, see, like you the damage is just there. This is day and night difference to what we had before. Good. Emergency is much improved. Yeah, imagine actually using your wand for the purpose of what it was made for. Casting. Now I just want to redo the whole character. Restart from zero, chat. Let's delete it all. So what were you missing before? A Healy. So in case you missed it, it's like, it's so stupid that I don't want to talk about it, but I'll mention it one more time. So you have to set your weapon sets. The thing about Entangle is that Entangle is a skill that can be cast with a wand, but it can also be cast with a martial weapon. So you can actually use Entangle with your mace. And what I did was, instead of using the Entangle for with my caster staff, I was using it with my mace, getting not a single bonus. So I was pretty much using base Entangle, and yet for some reason doing fantastic, like, I mean, I literally beat Jaman-Ra without a weapon. Which on the other hand, I guess speaks for the build. But it's definitely something I will have to mention into the guide, because otherwise people are going to make a big doofus mistake very quick. You know? That's definitely something that needs to end up in the guide, so please don't repeat my mistake. Please don't be an idiot. Yeah, we played Holopalm without Holopalm, exactly. Where someone was asking me, Pony, I can't beat Jaman-Ra on the Mung. I don't have the damage. And I was like, do you have Holopalm and are you having your stuff on? And he was like, yep, you're right. So, yeah. We're both idiots, essentially.
You're not all. Take your time. It's a deal.
Happens to the best of us. Okay, we're gonna boost Entangle, I guess, and put back the controlled destruction that we had earlier.
A font of knowledge, that one. Old roots run deep.
Because we're still not critting, so. Makes me wonder what controlled destruction is for spells, right? Yeah, because I was wondering, like, Fragments of the Past, what do you put on that one?
If you hear a click,
Does Survey have a 1 for me? 1 wand? Still nothing. Can I play PoE without following a build? Just learn on the go. Yes, you can, Yulza, but you might actually hit a wall at some point, and then you might require to do some research. So, strictly speaking, you can play completely without a guide. The biggest issue is that you work on limited resources. So when you start the game, you pretty much get 1 skill gem, and you have to choose from 4 skills. And let's assume you just choose a skill that's not so good, because there are starting skills that are not so good. You're pretty much gonna have to play that skill now for a bit. Then the next skill, then the next skill, then the next skill. So you start a warrior. You get Bone Shatter, Earthquake, Rolling Slam. You go for Earthquake. Kind of works, but not good. Then you get a tier 3 skill. You choose to go for Armor Breaker because you're like, Armor Breaker is great. It's not. It's shit. You go for a Cold, right? You start with Contagion. That's fine. That's amazing. Then you go over to Skeletal Arsonist instead of Essence Drain, making it worse for you. That being said, everything is explained in the game, so if you actually read, if you use the power of your eyes and your mind, you can kind of piece things nicely together.
Snakes wearing the dead-like skin.
So the game is 100% be able to be played without a guide. What I recommend is having a, like, let's say you want to play a mage, right? So you find your way, like you find yourself a guide about the mage, and then you kind of play. and just in between check what the actual guide would say you should do, just to like have a second opinion on the decisions you're about to take. Now again, like, you might just play, fuck it up, and then start from zero again. I mean, in reality, even if you're completely new at the game, for Act 1, you should be taking a maximum of 3 hours. Like, let's say if you're completely new, right? Completely new, never played before, then not more than 3 hours for Act 1. And the better you get, the less time you take, so you're going to speed up with every consecutive playthrough. So, which means that you're probably like, you know, you're going to go through Act 1, you're probably going to fuck up, and then you're going to try again and again and again and again until you feel just like a bit better. If that doesn't sound like you want to do it, then just go play with a guide. Pretty much. And there's also nothing wrong with playing with a guide for the first time, because you just learn how the game works maybe a bit more with that guide, and then the next time you're going to play without one, and then the next time you're going to play without one, and then you're going to play again with one, and then you're going to play without one, and then you do again with. And each time you become a better gamer. Yeah, my damage is so much more solid now. This is ridiculous in so many ways. Okay, there is so much poison right now here on the ground that I don't even want to like step anywhere anymore. I'm like stuck in this corner and I cannot leave. Level 9 spell gem. And each playthrough is also different. You have to keep that in mind, right? So let's say you just went through Act 1 as a caster character, and then you actually tried to play a melee character, and you notice, wow, the game is so different and so much easier or harder, depending on like your personal skill, right? That's something to definitely keep in mind. I mean, technically, I would really like to have cast speed. Practically, should probably go for the advanced skills. What time is it where you're at? For me, it's 2 p.m. And I'm at Germany. In Germany? At Germany? Does someone know when Germany plays again? Because my children are really interested in the World Cup. We got Thrashing Vines, ladies and gentlemen. So we're finally able to add the next skill to this build. After all this time. I wonder if I still want to use my Frost at this point. Probably too lazy to use it. Thrashing Vines. Then Thrashing Vines are getting the accelerated growth as well. And they're getting the controlled destruction. Saturday. 22? Well, no, my children are going to sleep 22. Oh, late night football games watching. So look at this damage now, chat. Just compare this to what we've been doing. Look at this damage. Compare this to what we've been doing against Jamon Ra, right? It's just like such a day and night difference now. Like he's suddenly just getting beaten up by you know, by plants. He really hates me. When you activate like the arcane temper, amount of time is so much more damage. Okay, we got Chaos Orb. Another one. That's the third Chaos Orb. We've got now 2 more skill points. So what I was trying to go for is like plant skill damage, and then we wanted to go for overgrown plants break armor, and we probably want to get like more fissures as well, I reckon. Let's see, what do we do in Act 3? Yeah, we got the extra physical. Actually, extra physical should work for what we're doing. All right, the German forecast guys say the Netherlands are going to win. Why not? The Netherlands are talented. They should be able to. Stun, mana. I need mana. BDB. Evasion rating. What did I wanted to do? Frost Nova, tier 9 skill.
Never too old to start afresh.
Let's refund these and actually put them into the bonus and the bonus here. Yeah. Do you have to run the Trials of Sekhmet to change your ascendancy? Yes. You do have to. I do think you can also change it with a 7 or 10 floor Trials of Chaos, but don't take my word for it. I genuinely don't know. Trials of Chaos are finally available for them. Okay, we still don't have Thaumaturgical Flux, but we actually got all the other shitty skills. So this one is the one I was talking about, Runic Infusion. Supported skills cost an additional 20% of maximum runic ward, but supported skill deal added physical damage equal to 25% of runic ward cost. So the more runic ward you have, the stronger you can make a skill. So you can pretty much now make a build that instead of energy shield is actually using runic ward as the defense, right? Life and runic ward. And then we're gonna be using our tornadoes with runic ward, for example. I mean, it's possible to actually do that. It's kind of like powerful. I wonder if you could actually use this on the fragments too. I mean, the fragments already have a ward cost, right? But can I use it on the... So they get another of maximum runic ward, right? So it's 17, but then we add like more cost to it, which makes it cost more. And it still just costs 17, so that doesn't work. Right? The cost is 17. But if I now put it on Thunderstorm, for example. Oh, I have to mess around with that. Support skills deals added physical damage equal to runic ward cost. It just does it on top. Also, Fragment does have physical, yes. Fragments of the Past does do here physical. Physical, and physical. So the initial eruption does physical, and it turns physical into cold. So it actually works. I see you looked into Navios Fracture. Yes, Yamo. We added Navios Fracture after figuring out a way how to use Castle Minion Death to actually utilize Navios Fracture, and I was really happy with that. Okay, can we still be annoyed about the whole fight with Jaman Rachan? Or should we just stop talking about it? Stop talking about it. Never mention it again. That we used the wrong weapon. And the crazy part is, it literally means that the whole Act 2, we have been playing without spell damage. Played the complete Act 2 without spell damage, and yet went through smooth as butter. It could have just been so much smoother, right? Ay, ay, ay. Send help, Chan. Send help. Where is going to be the Mechanicum? Okay. Revenge for Jaman Ram. I got frozen and I can't stand up. Oh, great. He just left instantly. Okay, Mr. Chimera, where are you going now? So we got him exactly where you want him. So do this, fully charged thingy, that one, the vines, this, and then we just spam. And however, thank you.
This bears the mark of chaos.
Fantastic. Still using Volcano because I like it, but I don't think we actually need Volcano anymore. Try Corrupted Cry build. I have yet to actually play a Warcry build. I've never done that. Like an actual Warcry build and not just like using Warcry as a vehicle for something. Where's the best location to farm Grim Pillars? When? I mean, in the end game, you just do maps until you get Grim Pillars. And during campaign, if you're level 22, you're just gonna reload zones. So if you actually open this one up and press Control-Shift left click, you can open up new instances. And these new instances should always have a new Kilgurn Remnant. Realistically. No, I haven't actually tested that, but usually it just respawns everything in that area. I'm just not sure if it actually does respawn the Kilgurn Remnants. I just assume it should, but I couldn't 100% tell you. Right? After the Pinnacle Divinity guy, what else is there to do? Well, you have multiple other bosses. So you have the story bosses of every single area. Ergo, the Bodok, King of the Mist, the Raven, Ulrith, the Star Beast, the other Expedition Pinnacle bosses. Then you got Zesht. And whatever the boss before Zesht is called. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. So technically, after you beat the Arbiter Divinity guy, there are... and well, you obviously have the Citadel bosses if you wanted to have the challenge or not. But there's a couple of challenges to take on, pretty much. But it's down to you personally if you want to or want to not. Technically, you have beaten the story when the Arbiter Divinity is down. and then you just pretty much just choose how much more you want to play. So realistically, if you go for a challenge run, right, it's just that. However, the game does actually have challenges, but I don't know how to display them. Here you go. So you have to unlock the Artisan, Cartographer, Vanquisher, right? So there is a couple of challenges for you to go through, if you then so wish to, right? Again, down to yourself if you then feel like taking on those challenges. This is day and night different. It's just crazy. Yeah. Generally speaking, it really wilts your oyster in what you want to do then. A lot of people just pretty much just farm for farming, right? Gurn Redmond stop respawning after level 22. I'm not sure what you're asking, sir. See, like, look at the damage we're now outputting finally. I still like putting out the volcano, even though I think we just really don't need to put out the volcano anymore. I guess I just like to put it out. Okay, no. Okay, no. Okay, no. Okay, no. Okay.
More than my fill of these cursed contraptions.
Now I need to gather another, what was it called again? Soul Stone? Your soul's up on leveling, more or less. But for this one, we just want to get level 42. So if you want to juice this one to 42, you should do so. Because it just needs to get 42 so that you can play, what was it called again? Tornado. I mean, the whole premise is reach Tornado, right? Everything else is bonus. Now, I wanted to do it with a new version of the Plant Druid, at least a new version for myself, because the last time I played Plant Druid, I played it as a class agnostic build, so I only wanted to use whatever the class actually had to offer. I did not want to use anything else, right? So no skill from any other class, just like everything Druid, 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 Druid. And this time I'm just more like a mix and match, whatever works, right? Especially the new Kagurn skills with the Volcano, because it works like so well, and just have a good time. And honestly, it's been a really fun time. I was playing around with Spell Totems. Spell Totems are great, so we could have done that too on this build, but we already did a Spell Totem leveling. Which means technically you could turn level 22 and then just Spell Totem level until level 42. Yes. And it might be that Spell Totems are going to be used down the line on this build, but I don't think so because they're just not required for what we're doing. Okay, now I have the overgrown plants do break armor, right? Do they actually break armor? Or how does that one exactly work? It says plant skills break. I know they break increased armor. We're not breaking any armor with plant skills. I can see that. Okay. Makes sense. No more rest for the Wicked videos? Yes, we're waiting for the 1.0 release, sir. In case you missed it, No Rest for the Wicked is going to see 1.0. And then we get like a lot to cover. A lot. Because 1.0 is allegedly getting a whole class system, right? For No Rest for the Wicked. That's going to be plenty cool. I'd imagine having like a whole ass class system in that game. Absolute chest kiss. Do you know how cool that's going to be? Do you? Do you? Because I know.
Room here for an even bigger soul core.
I mean, seriously.
Seems there's
No
something
Rest
to
for the
this
Wicked
man
has always
who's
been
really
insane,
after
but
all.
adding a functioning class system to it. So I've had multiple times a stone dropping around here. So where is said stone now? Yeah, where is it? Always wondered if directional audio plays a role here. Does anyone know that? Because I just hear it dropping, but I don't know like what direction is it coming from. It's just literally like somewhere in the vicinity, something must have dropped. We're gonna make it to the end of Act 3 today. I think that is in, but I don't think we have more time, sadly, chat. So tomorrow's gonna be like the big push into the end game. That means we get like another 2 days with this build currently.
That's both of them. Time to move.
Boing. Little Elva.
This is the largest
Another
soul
tier
core.
9 for the Thunderstorm.
Soul core is charged.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, dear.
So we are still using the Volcano because Volcano is 219 damage, which is not a lot, but hey, it's 40% more for fully channeling it out. And we put that one down. We get this. Bob, Bob. Start throwing stuff in his face. Ignore the consequences of standing still. Oh, good. Almost get yeeted by him. Oh, you know what? I've always wondered how you actually avoid that attack because I've never bothered to really avoid that attack, but I just see how you can avoid it. Prismatic ring. Let's see. Cast speed. And maximum mana. You know what? That's great. We have evasion rating and life regen. I mean, my rings are basically useless, right? They got resistance and that's it. They don't have, like, physical fire any damage. Oh, I teleported wrong. Okay, we're level 33. We can equip new weapons, ladies and gentlemen. Finally. Let's get new pieces of junk on us. I mean, that's better than the helmet I have. But I still need to get a ward. I don't have the dexterity to use this. I can use a colossal life flask. I don't have the dexterity to use that. I don't have the dexterity to use this. I do not have the level to use that one. I hate you. I can put all of you away for the time being because I just don't need you. Check what she has. Absolutely nothing. Come on, Oswald, don't disappoint me. I'm disappointed. I mean, the problem is that we're running slowly into the we need to go over to energy shield mixed gear. Okay, so from like one-way street gear, we need to start going for mixed gear. Because that will be required for the way how we play.
Stay wary.
Oh, 161 runic word. Look at me, chat. I'm a gamer. Better gloves. No.
We have a deal.
Not better gloves. I mean, might have increased rarity found, but let's at least take some with energy shield. Tier 10 skill, nothing usable. And then we get the metal and waterways. Chris Rogers' voice is getting a bit raspy. There's nothing to do about it. You'll just have to live with the raspiness for now. It's the bonus, oh no, my voice is getting so raspy because I can't afford water because no one Prime subscribed today. If there was only something you could do about this.
I cannot believe these things still work.
If only anyone could save me from this problematic situation. Get a running word on gloves? Ah, I have enough. It's fine. I just like putting running word on everything as long as it doesn't compromise my defense, right? If we're good, we're good. How was the party? We weren't actually at a party. I don't really know what my voice is voicing right now. Probably my ill daughter, because I've been cuddling her too much. Rubbed off on me, literally. And she's gonna be fine, and I'm gonna be sounding like, oh. Fine. So this is a tornado-like twister build. No, this is a tornado-like tornado build. So tornado is a unique skill. Unique, from Drid. It has nothing to do with twister. So tornado sucks up ground surfaces to do damage. It is a physical damage per second build. Physical damage per second. Really weird. You're limited to one tornado, and you essentially need to get more tornadoes to do more damage. Once you get more tornadoes to do more damage, shit actually gets really cool. So it's absolutely worth it, to be honest, to get this roll in. And there is a new ring that pretty much allows you to instantly feed a tornado with every single elemental ground surface. Which means I'm going to cast the tornado, and it, instead of just doing physical damage, it's going to do lightning, fire, and ice. Right away. Bam. Like, every single time. Not sometimes, not maybe, every single time. So pretty much the whole damage it does times 300%. And then you can make your tornadoes as big as possible, and you can make more tornadoes, and suddenly you're going to be a walking, talking, one-button calamity build. Because instead of now having to actually do multiple things to get ground surfaces, you're just going to do tornado, 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 tornado. And tornado does so much damage that it actually eats up enemies instantly. On top of using the tornado, we can use repulsion. You remember what repulsion is, right? Repulsion is this skill that you can put into blasphemy, and then we just run around and we instantly throw enemies back from us. And you can have that repulsion do living lightning on top for shock, for example, and some other shenanigans. So super cool. All of that said, we're using a shaman to do this. Why a shaman? Because shaman gets a 120 bonus spirit just like that, which is actually 2 skills that we would put into blasphemy. So temporal chains and repulsion could instantly be used just like that. We could also use the elemental curse, but I guess we'll still go into manually elemental curse things. Maybe if we're not lazy, then we're just, you know, going to also not do that and just have people just automatically get elemental curse as well. And then we could use cast on ailment, maybe, because we're potentially going to apply ailments of some degree, and with cast on elemental ailment we could do, I don't know exactly what, but there are, like, I mean, just use your thinking caps and imagine, right?
You are confident? I give you that. Do you truly believe you can beat the
No ammo with tornado and tail ring. We'll have to think about cast on something, Jordan, what we do. Okay, now that we made it all the way here, where do we start investing more points? I mean, as I said, I kind of like to have a rapid casting style. We kind of want to have I mean, if I was less lazy, I'd go just for skill effect here, because skill effect duration influences everything we do. So our volcanoes are up longer, our vines are up longer, our storm is up longer, our everything is up longer.
Keep an eye out round here. Death haunts this place.
I have fallen 2 seconds into the area. Like literally, I just walked in, I fell over, I'm dying. Send the troops, send the troops. There's a new Kilgarian skill, Skyfall. Yes, but that one costs like a shitload of mana, and you need to have a shitload of mana to play it, if I'm not completely mistaken. So Skyfall is a cool skill, but like you need to you need to have a Skyfall build essentially for it, or a mana stacker build or something like that. I've seen people like utilize it or try to utilize it, and it was like the amount of things they pretty much did. I mean, cool that it works, right? But like, thank you. Not interested. All right, me no gusta, por favor. Don't require that. Okay, this whole area right now is weird, because if top left, then she's bottom right. But the way how this is working. Okay, so did you know, chat, cool new thing. I keep repeating this every single playthrough, but if we light all of these up now, okay, it actually shows you where the lady is. So watch this. I'm gonna now pull the last one. And then this lights up and it points the flames in the direction where she is. Bottom right. As I said, bottom right. I can afford to sub water. Chris Rogers, thank you for your subscription gift. I will go upstairs quickly to grab myself a hydration. As they say during the World Cup, hydration break, aka time for... Sorry. Call. Hydration break, time for adverts. So bottom right. So we go now down, right. Is Sigil of Power good for Tornado? I don't know what Sigil of Power does right now. Of the rip. I mean, if you want to know how Tornado has been working so far, you can check my build from last season. So we literally have a Tornado Druid already up. If you just Google Ponyhoff Tornado Druid, you'll find it. The problem was that Tornado Druid, again, needed to do like so much to basically function, while our new Tornado Druid will have to do nothing to function. Like it will just function. Like it will just exist, and there it is. Ah, you mean the Sigil of Power with the staff? I think I didn't use it, but it does work. So personally, no, I did not use it, but as far as I'm aware, it should actually work. I think I've seen it in a Tornado build. I mean, not many people ever have done Tornado builds because, well, Tornado is such a niche skill that you gotta really want to make work to have it be... Oh, Jesus, she once in a while killed me, actually. Do you plan on using the taming? The only way to play Tornado is with a taming. Otherwise, you're just, like, not making any sense. Now, unless you just don't want to make any sense, that's okay then, I guess. Right? There's always a world where you just didn't want to make any sense. You're totally on you. Yeah, I just drank my mana empty. Sorry. Did she get lost? Just like, okay, I'm just going to go along there. Sorry, lady. Oh, she just burned me. Like, I just want to stand inside my Tempest and kill you. So could you please just let me do that? You know, like this one here, where I just stand in my Tempest and I win. Thank you. Okay, we got ourselves another spirit skill. And this spirit skill is now going to be... Wolfpack, once we get the level, right? Finally, because Wolfpack is just good. They're just in front of you. They soak up damage. We quickly repack. Oh. Hello. There I am. You had the same idea with Stormweaver. Oh, you can absolutely do this with Stormweaver too. So definitely no reason to play Shaman. Apart from wanting to be Shaman. So actually a reason.
Take your time.
Oh, nothing,
I'll
nothing.
take it.
Nothing. I wonder what would be required of me
Some odds and ends.
to
Take care.
use another weapon. 60. I mean, the best weapon I could get is a talisman
Running back if it turns out.
at that point. Right? So it would have to be an exceptionally good talisman to be worth it.
Stay wary.
How's like Bonk done? Yeah, we're almost done with the act. Jeez, simple. Matland Waterways. Let's just wrap that one up. Yeah. Any plans on making a melee mace build for warrior this season? The most interesting warrior build is a Gemling Legionnaire, which uses perfect strike to instantly strike. So, yeah. We could make a Warbringer build, but if I was breaking a Warbringer build, it's a totem build, and I already made a totem build this season, so I'm not entirely sure if I want to do that. Normal warrior builds are all kind of meh. I mean, you kind of have to already go the extra mile to make something special with warrior, right? It's not just like, oh, I'll play warrior with a standard warrior skills. That's like, yeah, so I gotta do this, there, then die, and I'm gonna bend over backwards, and then I'm cool. So, yeah. Warrior is definitely not in a good position. I mean, warrior is not weak, so by no means, don't get me wrong. So warrior is powerful. You can just play warrior. You can have a great time with warrior. But it just has nothing like breathtakingly special going on right now. It's just all the standard things. Like shield wall is still good. Thunder is still good. Facebreaker is just the standard warrior builds with Facebreaker. Earthquake warrior doing the same. Leap warrior still leaping around. The Hammer of the God, I think they nerfed that already. Like, they nerfed the Flicker Strike and the Hammer of the Gods, if I'm not completely mistaken. There were two skills which actually did get nerfed, and it wasn't a warrior, it was a Gemling. So, Dragon. That is, again, that wasn't a warrior, that was a Gemling Legionnaire. Right? Oh, let's ascend quickly.
Which ancient city will we dredge up next?
Smiling Bear, you can do that all three, but you could just equip a ring. So you can definitely use the tornadoes with the Grim Pillar build, but then you could just equip a ring to make it all work. Just like that. You don't actually need to do anything bonus, right? Just equip a ring. Oh, doorbell? Titan with crossbows quite good. Yeah, but like, is that a warrior? You're right. But is that a warrior?
Man of nature seeks wisdom
Right?
beyond his ken.
So I fully agree.
One of
It
these
is.
trials you will fail, and I shall be there to witness it.
Oh, lightning runes. I hate data lightning.
This ends.
I'm a Totem Fissure Warrior right now, and how do you like it? Especially a Totem Fissure Warrior can also add Blasphemy together with Repulsion to make his life easier. Right? Because Fissure Titan, already strong, very powerful, super nice. And then you add Repulsion with the Blasphemy to pretty much make like your whole mapping even smoother, because you're just going to bump everyone away from you and add just bonus damage. Like, Repulsion is definitely, like, the answer to everything. Just make it better. Oh, you really didn't want to die, huh? I saw a clip of a warrior doing bonkers damage with the new Cold Volcano Cavern skill. I'm not, it's not the, sorry. It's not the warrior that was doing this damage. It was the mace doing the damage. There is a unique mace where you stack strength and it adds insane damage to skills. The mace is called Brutus Dingle Dingle. I think. Brutus. Lead Sprinkler. Brutus Lead Sprinkler says 5 to 10 added fire damage per 25 strength. Okay? And that added fire damage per strength you can have on both weapons. So weapon 1, weapon 2. Then this 6 to 12 added fire damage per strength gets added to all your attacks. So you have to consider you have like fragments of the past, right? And then you're going to just add all that damage on top. And it's set per, how much strength was it? Set per 25 strength. So I'm already sitting at like here 50 strength, right? So I would get like 20 now, or 22, 24, whatever. But you can later sit at 500 strength. And you get that then on top bonus of what we're actually doing. Yes. And that damage, okay, that damage that Brutus Lead Sprinkler is adding gets also added, and here it comes, to Repulsion. So if you're using Repulsion to actually bump away enemies from you, right, it has a fixed physical damage that doesn't actually scale with your weapon. However, if you have Brutus Lead Sprinkler, it might not scale with your weapon, but it does scale with what Brutus Lead Sprinkler gives you, for example. Right? Yeah, more like 1k strength. Yeah, I mean, when I say 500 strength, okay, I'm talking about normal people, okay? The normal people. When, like, you know, you, me, Dave, Francis from the steel mill with his 12 children. These people that are playing the build. Okay? Not the people that are pumping in like 400 divine orbs. Which is funny. So, I saw a build guide about a auto bomber with cast on dodge. it was dodging, it was doing stuff. The build was 500 divines, okay? And it was funny because the creator said he's gonna make a budget version for 100 divines so people can afford it. And I was like, that's generous of you, sir. I think the people that couldn't afford a 500 divine build are certainly going to be able to afford a 100 divine build, right? You sly dog, you. It's like, I'm gonna put a budget version in for 100 divines, and I'm like, fuck you. I hope you die. It was just so funny because like it's a hardcore Path of Exile player. They often like they cannot fathom like how few stuff like the average player has. It just amuses me to no end every single time. But hey, like let's be real though, having 100 divine budget option compared to a 500 divine budget, it's great. I mean, it's amazing to still have something like that. That it's regardless ridiculous, right? Yes. Especially because it's completely unnecessary and you don't need these kind of builds unless you're an absolute Path of Exile 1 speed freak that cannot survive unless he's like 400 BPM cracked out on crack at any given point, right? I mean, there are definitely two types of people playing this game. The people that are not speed junkies and the people that fall asleep unless they're like, what was that movie again? Crank? Where you gotta have your heart rate above so and so much or you die? Yeah. That's a lot of people playing Path of Exile. Unless you're moving at the speed of light, no enjoyment. I mean, I'm actually down to 40 divines myself. I haven't like made much profit recently because I actually did a lot of trial and error with a lot of builds, and I had to waste some currency to try out stuff. So now here I am, bled dry of currency and not really playing much endgame to get more because I'm just busy doing things. But that's why we also released our video on budget endgame builds in case you missed it, chat. So each of my builds is a maximum 1 to 10 divine budget. Sometimes there might be a high divine item that could be used to make the build even better, but that is not required to make the build work, right? I have 98.8 hours in the last 2 weeks, but I have 4 characters in endgame, 2 arbiters down, but you don't get rich leveling. Yes, Bioshin, exactly. You don't get rich leveling chars. It's probably the smartest thing someone has ever said. So you only get rich by playing the endgame, by playing Path of Exile, and especially by playing the curve of the endgame. This is something that's often misunderstood, right? You gotta be at the right point in the right time, where you where you need to be in the endgame, because you want to sell the items appropriate, timely given, right? So you don't want to, like in week 3, for example, you don't want to farm the breach for Catalyst, because farming for Catalyst was actually week 1, right? Oh yeah, he just nuked me. Having these fire thingies going on, right, is definitely like going to get me killed here right now. I don't know where I'm not going to get killed. Like this constant stream of fire. Yeah. I knew this was going to happen with the bird. I knew this was happening, Chad. It's worth farming for Darkness Enthroned, or should I just buy one? You should just buy one. The problem with farming for Darkness Enthroned is, okay, so you can kill Kulamuk, right? But the more you kill Kulamuk, the less you're going to... Like, you have to get, for example, a specific body armor one. And then it has to be also having a high percentage. Now, obviously, with some divine, you can push the percentage higher, so that's fine. But regardless, like, if you get one that does gloves then, or if you get one that does belt, belt, boots. But you want one that does body armor, so you pretty much just farm the wrong ones, and the wrong ones aren't even worth the currency. I mean, the time spent, you're better off just farming currency, right? Than trying to farm the actual item. Unless you're obviously playing solo self-found, because then you gotta, like, you know, farm the item. But yeah, you're usually better off just getting the currency to get the item. Okay, so we died against the bird, chat. The bird has a new victim. The victim is I guess the bird also with the fire there in that level was probably the worst combination of things put together ever. I am crafting a cannonade crossbow with essences. Is level 3 to attack still good than flat damage? Yellow, maybe fur. So if you're crafting right now with essences, you're usually just trying to get the most damage possible. So you're going to take that physical crossbow, and then you're going to add like the bonus physical percentage on it, or a physical percentage crossbow, and you add the bonus multiplier on it. No, you add the flat physical on it, yes. Or you take a full elemental crossbow and you make an even stronger elemental crossbow, right? So that is still, that's actually what you do right now. The skill ranks are only +3, optimally. So the best thing you would do is you would find a crossbow, a blue magic base, and that blue magic base would already have skill ranks on it, right? So my +4 crossbow started as a blue crossbow that had bonus to lightning damage, I think, and 4 skill ranks. Then I took an essence to pretty much put on more physical, right? And I corrupted it, desecrated it, and then I checked what outcome we would be going for, right? But I pretty much had the skill ranks on the base item. You can obviously force something with +3, but then you're gonna gamble. Because let's say you have a normal item that now has plus 100% physical damage, and you would like to craft on it. That means you can then put the Essence of Battle on to give this 100% physical damage bow +3 to skill ranks. And then you would have to desecrate it and hope that the desecration is, for example, adding the flat physical. Or you would take a flat physical crossbow and try to add the percentage physical damage. That's what I did on a different one. So I had +3 skill ranks, and then I added percentage physical damage with the desecration. Yeah. If you want to know more, we have a crafting video. It's really basic crafting, but to be fair, you don't need more than basic crafting. I hope this also made somewhat sense and didn't just sound like random rambling, because it does make sense. But I hope it did, and you understood. Crafting has a gamble factor. Yes, crafting will always have a gamble factor. However, the more currency you put into a craft, the less gamble it is. For example, if you take an amulet that has +3 to minion skills, right? You can find these amulets. So you take a lot of amulets, you just perfect orb them until you have one with +3 to minion skills. That's going to cost you, I don't know, like 2-3 divines. Then you're going to use fracture orbs, which are also going to cost you a couple of exalted orbs. With these fracture orbs, you're then going to fracture until you actually hit the minion skills on the right amulet. The other ones you're going to throw away. Then after you hit the minion skills with a fracture orb, you're going to chaos orb it until you get spirit, which is going to cost you up to 50 chaos orbs, which is then again another divine. Or actually more than one divine, right? Yeah. A couple of divine, 5. And then after doing that, you are able to apply the new catalyst, which then will hopefully lift your minion skills up to 4 or 5 minion skills possible. And then you can sell the whole item for 100 divine, and the whole crafting costs you like 20 divine or so, right? That's what we mean about playing the game, right? So you kind of have to play the game to make the currency, to keep making currency, to keep playing the game. Now, would I personally ever throw 50 divine away to craft an item that's worth 200 divine? No. Like, fuck no. Like, fuck no. Why would I ever do something heinously like that? No, absolutely not.
exceeds your grasp.
You can have +6 on an amulet, Mr. Bacon. Well, that's good to know. My amulet has +1 to minion skills, and I'm still killing the Arbiter of Divinity, right?
Be wary of its breath.
So it's good to know you can have that. But as always, like, do you require it? Right, the answer is no. You do not require it, even the slightest. By the way, day and night difference between, again, facing this guy and facing the stupid Birdman. Right? Uxmal the Beast Lord just being absolutely pooped on. Like, seriously, what is this? Poor guy. Oh, that stupid bird just ate your soul. The best build for the first Soul Self-on run, you can go full Plant Druid, Rab. You can do just a Bear Druid, also very good for it. You can do Warrior. Monk Martial Artist is an insane thingy. Okay, I kind of want to go for the bonus Spirit, even though I don't require the bonus Spirit. But again, we can go for Wolfpack now. And we could probably think about something else. So we got Wolfpack. Wolfpack is cool. Have a bunch of wolves to support me. I don't consider Arbiter being the endgame content. He's just front door of the beginning of the endgame. I've killed rare mobs harder than Arbiter in juice maps. Technically, yes, sir. But it depends completely on what the person's goals are. You're absolutely correct that there's harder endgame than the Arbiter out there, right? They're like fully juiced, 200% delirium shenanigans. Yeah, absolutely. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, I, for example, never did any juice delirium stuff because I just genuinely despise delirium. It annoys me to no end. Now, does that make me a terrible player? No, it just makes me absolutely annoyed by delirium. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you just get annoyed by a mechanic and really don't want to deal with it. Right?
Be warned, friend. Anything catch your eye?
125 spell damage. Can I use that one? Is that finally going to be more than what I have? I need 65 int. I don't have 65 int. How much strength do I need? I need 40 strength. I have 41 strength. How do I get more int now? That's the good question. I mean, I could probably just take an amulet already with 14 int on it. And then we could get like more intelligence to wield this beautiful beast here. Or I would just throw all the strength out of the window. I mean, there's always a world where we just invest into more stat points down the line to maybe see if we're getting more damage. We're good. Where was I? Return, find Elva. Oh yeah, we just ascended. No, spirit, gems. A second tier 10. What other spirit ability can I do? None. That's great. It's kind of like, you know, what other ability could we possibly do that would help us here in any way? The answer is there is not a single one. I mean, we could technically run around with Blasphemy to apply the curse automatic. But in order to use Blasphemy, that would actually be cool. So we would probably have to just say goodbye to my Kilgurin. I need a belt with strength. That's like, can I just have a belt with strength right now? Do I have a belt with strength lying around? I'll buy one. Okay, I'm here, 48 strength. Suck it, chat. Like, you have to deal with the consequences of me using this right now. Because I am unwilling to figure this out otherwise right now. So we're gonna quickly pull out 1 point, 2, 3 points. So we can connect these here with intelligence. Right? Then I'm going to go for that. Then we're gonna pull this out here for now. And I'm gonna go, this is, give me a 10. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. These to go for int. And I can pull all of this away. Dankeschön. And we have 7 more points to spare, which I wanted to invest in here. And over to this. Yeah. That's fine. Which gives me the ability to use that one, and we're sitting at 476, and that's actually less, surprisingly. Because we would be losing the damage as damage, or we would be losing the cast speed. Intriguing.
Yes, take it. I'll take it.
But we can then use a different spirit skill. But which one? I mean, I could do blasphemy, right? And what could I put into blasphemy at this point if I kept 2 tier 9 skill gems? I mean, I can afford elemental weakness, and I could afford temporal chains, which seems like a bit crazy to use. Well, actually, that Magnor's belt only has 1. Do I not have a better Magnor's with 2? Does Magnor's exist with 2 slots? Jesus, I just need a strength build that has 14 strength and 2 slots. God, this crap. I'm sorry, chat. Don't judge me too harshly, but I need one right now. Oh, you know what? Let's do it simpler. I'm just going to pull out a ring. Thank you. Then I can go back to my standard belt that had 2 slots, right? Thank you very much. So then we can go back to the Ziggurat encampment. And we could play... It seems a bit overkill to do, but I guess I could just do it. Doesn't really make me stronger, but it also doesn't hurt because I just have what it takes to do this, right? I mean, nothing can stop me from doing that. The worst part is, you know what the very worst part is, chat? That our Fragments of the Past is still a tier 5 skill. And if I would actually now get like the Fragments of the Past like fully like leveled up, the amount of bonus damage it would actually do is insane. So it would probably go up to 400 per blip, which is great. So I'm a bit peeved that we're not getting the flux to upgrade this.
Lost to the ravages of...
But despite we're not getting anything, I think I could just still put it down, see, and it would still clear the area. So even with this low level of a skill, if you're just putting it down here right now, it's still exploding good enough. Right? It just doesn't do it alone anymore as it used to. For that, we'll need a level 9. Could check out like how much it would do if I get a flux to just put it up to 9. I mean, obviously it would be great if I would just get a flux and I don't have to like fish for one. But I guess that's asking for too much here. So 4 levels away from level 41, chat. Almost there. Almost there. So why do we go for the Elemental Resi and everything already? Main reason that we need it when we're playing the Tornado. I wonder, does the curse even apply right now? The would be 48 elemental weakness, but does it even apply? I mean, the temporal chains do, right? The curse doesn't. But why not? 9 shouldn't be too, like, this is level 40 enemies. Should be able to curse level 40 enemies, right? Okay, it says here, curse does not apply to enemies above 47, but... Oh, we can only have one curse. I'm an idiot. I need the double curse before. Ignore me. Ignore me. I completely forgot. I know that the double curse exists. I'm just so stupid that I completely forget that. You can apply an additional curse, yeah. Just ignore me for a second, chat. Just let me be stupid for a moment. Thank you for reminding me. Let's pull out temporal chains then for the time being. It's not like that we need temporal chains. We just need the curse. Oh my goodness. What's the 90% rule? 90% rule is pretty simple. When you're rolling for items in Path of Exile, no matter which build, so this applies to every single build, okay? No matter what build, that you're just going to be happy with 90% of the result. So you want +3 to projectile skills on your amulet because +3 to projectile skills is amazing. Well, +3 to projectile skills cost how much? Double-digit divines. And if you go for +1 or +2 to projectile skills, you're going to be easily just spending like a couple of exalted, maximum 1 divine. So just be happy with 90% of the way on any item. Goes for armor, goes for energy shield, goes for spell skills, goes for whatever, right? It happens. Yeah, this is my second brain fart moment now. Means we're getting old or we need more sleep. Insert 3 hours of sleep meme. Do not influence me. That is going on around social media. Totally not having brain farts. You bought +3 projectile for 1 div? Yeah, but what other stuff did you have on it? Did you have a massive boost to evasion rating, energy shield, or whatever other stat you're looking for? Did you have a massive boost to spirit with it? Right, on frame +3 to projectiles only is quite cheap. If you're then looking for +3 to projectiles with the respective bonus juice, then we're suddenly having to, again, look out for what we're gonna do with our currency. It's generally applicable because you see a build guide and you see like what the people have and they're like, hey, you need this, there, then, that, and you need this and that 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 and that, right? But you don't need all these things. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to have them, but realistically, you also get away with not having them. You know what? We should probably... I could have just gone for that cast speed, but that's not it. I mean, usually there's a huge chunk of physical damage up here, but that's for a different one. I mean, I could probably rush for the physical damage here. We could also go for increased physical damage and break armor and critical hit with spells equal to physical damage dealt. I mean, I could probably go for this physical damage. We got the... This was physical. That was crit hit chance for spells. Physical. It's all a bit weird what you want to go at this point. I mean, this is just like normal spell damage and cast speed and orb limit, but orb limit is useless. I mean, bonus defense is also useless for us. We had damage to recoup his mana is not terrible. May I should just get the cast speed here. It's cheap. Okay, we get our little dudes going on. 1, 2, 3. Put that down, put this down, get this out, get that out. Start slapping her silly. She was like, start slapping her silly. Okay, I heard that. Decides to slap poor pony silly. They're surprisingly like not doing anything. Like usually she just either completely obliterates you or she just feels super weak to fight against. Okay, we got 1 ruby, ladies and gentlemen.
To the ziggurat.
And since we don't have anything else, let's just put it on. Ignoring the fact that it's in fact useless.
Here to help. Take your time.
Okay, let's see if we couldn't invest these points different. Oh, that is extra damage, is lightning damage. Jesus. I don't actually know what kind of wand I want for our
Don't eat anything.
tornado. Okay, let's see. These points here are obviously not so good. Got the bonus cast speed, which is a lot. There's just like a bunch of weird non-beneficial notes to us. There's like no more physical that I can reach that would interact with what we're doing. There's physical here. There's obviously the rage to physical. There is the physical on that side. I mean, I do have to go in this direction, so it might be that we just go over there now after capping the cast speed. I mean, we don't need if we have dealt a crit recently because we don't deal crits. Appreciate your PO2 videos. Thank you, Mr. ADH Dreadnought. I'm having fun making them, including this one. I mean, this one's going to be brilliant. This is all just prelude, by the way. So you're pretty much today just getting prelude, right? You're just getting the warm up for what we're actually working on. So again, we could have also done this with any other build, but we just choose to go for Blonde Druid. And in case you just joined, we did a ginormous mistake, Chad, because in the whole act number 2, we were casting our spells with our maze instead of our staff. So you can imagine how well that went. Surprisingly well, but still not as well as it should have gone. So lessons learned, you can actually use your mace for casting. However, it will just drastically reduce your damage and make you a salty little potato afterwards. By the way, not get any tier 3 support gems, Chad. When I can't say I remember now getting a single one. Seems like tier 3 support gems overrated. Oh, great. I gotta go for all 3 entrances. That's bitter. Oh, you know what I could go for? Just have the spirit for it. A second. At least in a boss fight, right? We could go for... I could put mysticism on. Right? I mean, as long as I'm full energy shield, would be useful, right? It's more damage. If everyone have full energy shield, we're actually hurting. And technically, at the start of a fight, at least, I'm always full energy shield. At the very start. In my initial blast, I could at least get out with more. The Endless Drive being an ethical warrior build. Hey, warriors are green. We all know that. We respect you. Okay, you know what? I gotta go back to that stone. And the main reason is I gotta go back to that because it could be flux, Chad. So we can... It's still not flux. It hasn't been flux in forever. And I am sad about it. I mean, I have tier 10 skills and my little volcano is down to nothing. Why are you making it so hard to play a Verisium build? I just wanna have a good time. Why are you making it so hard? Okay, that thingy is just too tanky right now. It just had like the resistance onto the resistance onto the resistance. Never wanted to kill you anyways. Are you planning to use ward skills build this league? Sir, I'm using Fragments of the Past. And as you notice, I can't use Fragments of the Past. I mean, like, I can use it, right? But obviously, like, since I'm not getting the upgrades, I'm meeting the problem that all Fragments of the Past builds are, all Kilgore and skill builds are facing. And that is, if you're not getting the Thaumaturgical Flux, then you're not getting the upgrades, and then you're kind of, like, stuck, and that's kind of shitty because you want to use your skill, but the game's like, no, you should not use your skill. It'd be great if you could actually use... I have not seen him do this in absolutely forever. I mean, I know he can, but when's the last time you've seen him done that, Chad? I have also never seen him do this before. A bit sad but interesting is that Brass Dome is like 1.5k ward when forged but loses all armor, but that's fine. Because if you use that in the right way, then you're gonna be perfectly off. I mean, I will use ward technologies for this build to boost our damage. Okay. So I am definitely planning on using ward to use our damage like there's no tomorrow. Okay, we win, we die. He clapped you out of this game, dude. No mercy.
Vile ingenuity never ceases to amaze me.
We are almost there. We are almost there.
These runes, I can make out symbols for blood and offering. Wait, no. It's not a blood offering, it's someone of vile blood. Perhaps if I...
We're almost there. We're almost there. Only 3 more levels, Chad. Do you have a monk build? Yes, we have a monk martial artist on the channel. Super soul self-one friendly, very low investment, great fun.
The apex! It's opening!
Is Coke a sponsor?
We're back in the encampment?
Yes.
I can't believe it.
No? Can a man not just drink beverages without being accused of sponsorships? Sir? I mean, I prefer Pepsi anyways. That is such a good low-level talisman.
These treasures
It's crazy.
I'll do my very best for you.
Here, more rarity of items found.
Deal.
I wanted to keep that one. This is my first tier 11 skill gem, by the way. I still don't have a single good wand, which is kind of awkward. I've been looking for good ones now the whole game, right? I've been struggling having fun with Monk, and I don't know why. Maybe you've been following the absolute meta builds, right? I mean, Monk is, like, depending on how you play it, a very one-way street. I mean, it's a melee character that attacks, like, either with Ice Strike, or you're gonna go for the Whirling Assault. And to be honest, Monk is not really inspired. I mean, it is fun to play because it's effortlessly strong, but from the actual gameplay loop, Monk is not really a lot, right? I mean, you Whirling Assault and everything dies, and then you Whirling Assault and everything dies, and in between you eat some belts, and then you Whirling Assault and everything dies. And if you haven't Whirling Assaulted yet and everything has died, then you have Flicker Strike and everything has died, right? Or you have Ice Strike and everything has died. But yeah, Monk is a pretty straightforward playstyle. That is just like kill them before they kill you. Simplicity galore. Now, a lot of people like Monk exactly for that, because you don't have to solve mathematical equations to enjoy your Monk playstyle. You just press forward and you zoom and you kill. And Top's thing you have to do is keep up some buffs, but to be fair, as soon as you have a certain amount of skill effect duration, your buffs are just up, right? So the problem of having to keep your buffs up can always be solved by just prolonging your buffs. Okay, you know what? Using Blasphemy has been quite useless. I wonder if I could use Armor Break on my doggies to do something, but I don't assume they actually do enough to break armor. And I'm just sad that we don't have any kind of Armor Break going on. We're playing a plant build, we're doing physical damage, and we don't break armor. It seems like a waste of potential. Oh, that almost had me. Meanies. Gemling has been the most fun so far. I mean, Gemling is just amazing this season. All the builds he can do, like all the Gemling is just absolute chef's kiss, beautiful. Such a well thought out ascendancy that adds so much. I mean, you can literally play Gemling and it's better at everything, right? At everything. No matter what build you think, like, hey, should I play Gemling? Yeah, Gemling is going to be better. You should, right? No questions.
I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you activated?
More armor, but no ward, but more armor.
Why, that was
But we
me,
don't need
of course.
armor. It should be fine.
I am Alva the Lie, treasure hunter.
Can you slot armor break into your physical spell, like Entangle or something? Oh, yeah, you
Bring
can.
her to Doriani. As
Usually.
for you, I will pay back every drop of Val back to the queen or die.
And then we're gonna plant strangle her. Okay, she's just standing outside or inside, or I don't know, but for some reason my skills are just not touching her. Or she stands right there. You know, trying to hit her with something, but she was just not hittable. Or when she's flying, my plants can't actually strangle her. I don't know what it is, Chan. It was the lowest damage I've ever done to Viper in one single fight here. With the Jin, she would instant die. Yeah. The Jin would absolutely instant kill her. I mean, generally speaking, one thing we're doing here, we're playing plants, right? Because I just like playing plants. But realistically, instead of having like played plants as our main skill, so as like boss damage, I should use what is it called again? Bone. The bone skill. What is the name of the bone skill? Because there's like a trick with the bone skill that I personally like. I just like, wanted to play plants, right? Made it definitely harder for myself than I had to. There is bone. There is Bone Storm. So why do you play Bone Storm? It's actually really interesting. So Bone Storm is kind of cool because Bone Storm says Bone Storm. So Bone Storm is a skill that does physical damage, okay? And it impales. So, and these shrapnel impales enemies hit, causing subsequent attack hits against those targets to deal extra damage, okay? So you pretty much hit an enemy, then you impale him with the bone shards, and then these bone shards explode. And what triggers these bone shards explosions? The lightning storm does actually trigger it. So you pretty much just put the lightning storm above the enemy, and then you just hit them with the bones and destroy them. I can show you against Doriani the difference on how it works, so you just get a feeling for it. That you can gauge if you would like to use it yourself or not. I mean, it's essentially the same as using the volcano, because in the beginning you use the volcano, and then just later you're gonna use the bones, right? That's just completely up to you how you want to play it. I just like to, you know, I like this skill, but obviously the volcano cannot be compared to a physical damage scaling skill as we're scaling physical damage, right? So we can show you against Doriani to give you a feeling for if you like that more, because it just speeds up the boss fighting, definitely. And entangles are great, and so on. Accelerated growth is great, and it's just amazing for area clear. As you can see, like when you're going through, when you put the storm down, and then just like everything dies, it's very simple. But when you're really talking about like actual boss killing, then it's just like plans work effortless to a degree, right? You just lean back and they'll just kill it, and you win. But it's not like crazy yet. Working on setting up your Arcan build. Can't wait until I get the online. Need to reach 72 to be able to use the amulet. Yeah, Locke, that has been the problem for me too. I had to wait until I had the level so I could use a specific amulet to really make it feel worth it. Game is so smooth. My game is running on AMD. So I don't have Intel. I have full Intel or NVIDIA. I have a full AMD setup, and AMD is actually very smooth with Path of Exile. So generally speaking, that might be responsible for my stellar performance, as Path of Exile is just known to work better with AMD. Also, we have like the 64 gigabytes of RAM and an X3D CPU, so like Path of Exile is very CPU heavy compared to other games that are very GPU heavy. Right?
Do what must be done.
Okay, 2 skill points. Tank will allow us to go for physical damage. And NVIDIA Intel. I mean, NVIDIA Intel is not the problem. It's mostly like, I think most people that experience a lot of stutters, it's like a CPU issue. Your CPU is not too optimal, because like we have people with 5,000 graphic cards, 5,000 series, the 50 series, sorry, not 5,000, 50, 5090s and so on. And they actually have a not stellar performance because their CPUs are just not holding up. Right? Might be your problem, might not be your problem. What do I know?
More monuments to death.
Okay, we're at Doriani in a second, then I can show you the bone storming. That's also what I said about spell totems earlier. So again, instead of like leveling completely with plants and volcano and that kind of stuff and the mana tempest, we could have also just gone for the spell totem bone cage leveling. Ow, 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 ow. I think my wolves just tanked every single shot. Like genuinely just stood there in the way, being like, Giga Chads. Oh shit, I am going to die. Oh. I don't wish to die right now. Thank you. Okay, sir, you're standing in the way. We're trying to, like, sure, I want to pass. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming one of my own.
Okay, Doriana, you should be here and then to the left. There we are. Easy find, ladies and gentlemen. Easy find. So let me teleport back to get a tier 10. We can show you. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what supports we would use on Bone Storm, but I guess we could just use the same ones, right? So we're gonna take a tier... Shit, I don't have... I need to quickly farm another level up so we can do this. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. That was not what I was planning to do, but here we are. What's the plan for Tornado, if you can summarize? So the Tornado is going to use a ring called the Taming to instantly get all 3 elemental surface imbuements without having to do anything, which is going to 300% increase the damage of the Tornado. And then you're gonna be running around spamming out tornadoes like there's no tomorrow. And have a good time. On top, we're gonna add a few other choice skills to increase the damage even further, and then enjoy ourselves. You heard that Tornado can't overlap on a single target. If I remember correctly, that is right. Tornado cannot overlap on a single target, which is weird. Why can I not put multiple tornadoes on one target? But you can put multiple tornadoes throughout the map, so that absolutely does work. Here, come on, give me that level 41 quickly. Tornado's great. The thing is that Tornado, like, you can't juice it with everything. For example, Tornadoes can't crit. So you don't have to go on crit with that build. Tornado is no damage over time. So you can't juice it with damage over time as well. So that's also something that's like irrelevant for Tornadoes. And that kind of like makes it interesting to actually fuck around with Tornadoes, because you have to like find other creative ways, like the flat elemental damage and so on, to like kind of deal with it. And once you like figure out all the ways, it gets intriguing. So I think it's like kind of cool to have a skill like Tornado, to then figure out what you got to do to get the damage out. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna get ourselves, because we promised this, the Bone Storm. Now again, I really don't know what you would actually put on Bone Storm, so I just put on Virgin probably, and Rapid Cast, but I'm not entirely sure if that's actually what you do. We only have Rapid Casting 1, but it is what it is. So we get Bone Storm instead of the thingy for that, right? So Bone Storm is simple. You just stand there, you do this, right, until you have 20, and then you shoot. That's that. Just throw bones. Wonder if I can actually do that. Like, now you charge, hit him, and now the entangles and everything, they're just like going to explode the Bone Stormies. They like, and that leads to quite some interesting damage. So you just have to pummel him with that. So a bit of a different playstyle to what we did before, right? So you just do Bone Storm, right, and just hit him, and then he just like automatically dies to the things embedded in his body. And then you're just gonna wait for the next phase here right now, quickly. To the middle. I mean, you still do the same, right? You put up the Tempest, you put up the Thunderstorm, you put up the Fragments of the Past, all that like kind of easy bonus damage that you're getting. But then you just shoot him with Bone Storms. Do that. This. You can like put down a few Tangles if you want to. And then you just Bone Storm, right? And you notice how it's just more damage. I think you notice, right? Oh, Jesus Christ. That was a quick death. But, like, you can see how more efficient Bone Storm is in a boss fight scenario. Again, if you like to use it, right?
So,
it works.
at the eve of the end, Idin of Anzoatl has
Just choose your poison there. I hate, for example, to just constantly like look up if I'm now having like my Bone Storm fully charged or not. That kept me like from using it because I was just getting annoyed. Like, right, you can obviously just get a feeling for the timing, right? But I just end up like looking at the Bone Storm in the corner the whole time, top left, and to kind of figure out am I now 20? Am I not 20? And then I'm not looking at the gameplay. Because we like you're staring up here 20. But I guess I should just get used to how many Bone Storms are around the body, right? If nothing more is being summoned, you know you're max.
at the eve of the end.
Probably better than looking at the buff. But then again, why can't I pull the buff on top of my character? Wouldn't that be great if that was possible? That just in general, like, I don't know. You get to decide for yourself if you like this or not, right? I'm gonna include it in the build guide when I talk about this. Does it make sense to put it in there? But just to show you like the difference. How do you get the 5th skill slot on Hollow Form? Level. So generally speaking, every skill that you get from Ascension and so on, you just need to level up. With level 36, you get the first, 45 the next, 60, and then 90 or something like that, 65. But yeah, it's bound to levels, and you just gotta level up and play the game. Oh, I totally did not see that would kill me.
You didn't stand a chance.
It's easier on ultra wide to see the buffs. On controller, buffs go over the skills. I think we need more UI customization. I mean, we certainly do need more UI customization. I mean, I would like to be able to put like buffs right below my character because that's where my eyes are, right? I am looking at my char. So I'd like to have the things right there. Right, that would be a very useful change for many of my builds where I would really like to see the thingy. So also, Arcadus, if you have an amulet that, for example, gives you skills, you can actually pull a Jeweler's Orb on that. That does not work for the skills you're getting here. Okay, so for the skills that you're getting here, you cannot put a Jeweler's Orb on. Okay, but for the skills that you get from your Ascension, you can... No, wait. For the skills from your Ascension, you cannot put a Jeweler's Orb on, but for the skills you're getting from an amulet, you can put a Jeweler's Orb on. That's what I wanted to say. So if you get yourself an amulet, for example, with Wolf on it, right? If you get an amulet with Wolf on it, you can get 5. If you get an amulet with Trinity on it, an amulet with Cast on Dodge, an amulet with any of the Spirit skills, put a Jeweler's Orb on, you get more. I'm level 92. Well, with level 92, you could at least play Omens of Immortalization and those kind of things where you're, like, in case you die, you don't lose XP, which I generally... Oops. Really? I mean, I don't even know what hit me. So, which I generally recommend doing, right? Anyone know how much theoretical speed you could get on a character that's an Oracle Druid?
So,
I mean, you can 450 minimally.
I
I think 500, somewhere around 500. With boots and Darkness Enthroned and that kind of stuff. Yeah, 500 seems realistic. All things considered. But you're gonna bleed currency for that, right? Because when you consider 500, like we're talking about like an amulet that has like 60 spirit, and then not only 60 spirit, but you're gonna have like 60 spirit on the amulet. Plus your chest piece needs, well, chest piece needs to be Moria Invictus, and the chest piece Moria Invictus needs to have spirit per socketed skill gem. And then it needs to be 17 spirit per socketed skill gem. And you optimally want to have 5 sockets instead of 4 sockets, which would then lead you to 85 spirit for the chest piece. Yeah. Boots can have 15, which is amazing, right? Boots 15, super good. But yeah, getting these pieces is no cakewalk. That is going to like really cost you. Do you like how when we once in a while pay attention to the game, like how much damage the Bone Blast is doing? So just generally, if you felt like we were not killing bosses fast enough in the past hour, then this is how you... Oh, Jesus Christ. That's how you would kill bosses faster. I'm 536 spirit at the moment at level 59. That's a lot, sir. What did you do?
So, at the eve of the end, they deem the
I think 500 is like realistic to aim for. Isn't there also, wasn't there more spirit from, what was it? I just recently read about another spirit stick, but that I can't, what was it? I mean, the Darkness Enthroned is obviously new. Spirit. No, I can't remember. There was something bonus, like, to get even more spirit. But yeah, there's a limit to how useful spirit is. I mean, there are things, for example, like the focus that gives you more spell damage per 10 spirit you have. So all things considered, if you have that one with more spirit per more spell damage per spirit, like obviously you want to have as much spirit as possible. But then again, you gotta also be able to afford it, right? That's really the biggest point. The ground spectrum jewels. Yeah, I just know there was like some other way that I recently came across instead of Darkness Enthroned and all the other things like the standard stuff. But I really can't remember. Can you share your hideout setup, please? Mine have no... My hideout does not need MTX. Mine are MTX free. Also, for hideouts, I go on hideoutshowcases.com. So in case you didn't know this, there's a website, and it's called hideoutshowcases.com. So let's focus for a second. And on hideoutshowcase.com, you are able to download the hideouts and just import them. Right? What would you recommend for a fresh solo cell phone start? A Mercenary. Always Mercenary. Mercenary is the undisputed champion of solo cell phone. Might you go for grenades? Might you go for the freezing shot build? But Mercenary is so effortlessly strong, right? I mean, you really don't even have to try. You just exist and you're powerful. And if you're actually used to playing Merc, right? If you know what you're doing, you're getting so much stronger, right? You get a booty hideout, then go on hideoutshowcase.com. and you can download yourself MTX free hideouts. You just need to have the actual hideout. So you need to have the you need to have the respective hideout, right? Obviously, surprise, yes. And then you can just go for it. Grenades from the start? Yes, I play grenades from the start, and I play without WASD. So I do not play WASD because my hands can't play WASD. I get pain from that. So you can play grenades and crossbow without that very easily. Okay. So don't feel like that is required. It's absolutely not. Grenades are not clunky. No, grenades are not clunky. I mean, once you're used to the delayed gratification you get there, you can also start with Entangle. For example, the first 3 levels, you pretty much play Entangle and you're good to go. It's like one thing I did now with my grenade build. I started with Entangle, and then you just have like an easy time. Because Entangle also effortlessly strong, right? You don't have to do anything for Entangle to be strong. Oops, I didn't even see that. Once in a while, don't get cooked by that laser. Damn, you pretty much do the Entangle to clear things, and then together with explosive grenades, it just works. And for bosses, you just grenade them. It could honestly not be simpler. Okay, that took me long enough. Sorry, Chad. I've been noobing around a bit. And I would recommend going for either Witch Hunter or Tactician in the beginning. Because Tactician allows you to use a lot of spirit skills. So the big advantage of Tactician is that you can use Wolfpack for 30. You can use Blasphemy for 30. You can use Eternal Rage for 50. And Trinity, and done. Did they nerf Wyvern? Yes and no. Wyvern got slightly nerfed in top end damage, and that didn't change a single thing. So technically, Wyvern got nerfed in top end damage. Practically, it's still fucking OP. Okay, I was actually planning to reach Tornado today, Chad, and I'm really sad that we haven't. So my apologies that we haven't gotten to level 42. I played a bit slow today. We've played a bit, but we made it, right? We're almost there. However, we will have to wait until tomorrow to actually see the tornado. So this was all just the prelude to the tornado today. My family's waiting for me. I have a lot of garden work to do today, so I sadly cannot continue. But tomorrow we will play until we're at least level 75 third ascension. Yeah? And then the day after we're going to play to 19, so don't worry about that. But yeah, I will sadly have to cut you off here now. So shout out for coming and watching, lurking and chatting. Sorry for the bit slower gameplay here. This was a bit of a not as fast as it should have been, which makes me sad because we definitely did some mistakes. I should have used Bone Storm earlier. I acknowledge that to just speed up the whole thingy. But I'll be back tomorrow. We'll make sure that we have a preliminary planner for you with the plans, what we're going to be doing on the Druid. Okay. Until then, I wish you all a great, fantastic day. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hopefully having a great one. Thank you for enjoying yourself and looking forward